There's this thing in life where you're actually allowed to take a breath. Where you're given space by others to exist with your problems, with your battles, with your current situation. Not with your bad habits, not with your self-sabotage, not with your psychosis, but with, like, I have a broken leg. I have 5 children I need to figure out how to take care of. I'm a recovering alcoholic. That one sucks. That one's baggage. I'm a recovering drug addict. Or a sex addict. Yay! There's an allotted space people have to actually offer you, and you can feel it just for allowing you to be you. 99.99% of the time in my existence, I was allotted no such grace in life. From anybody. I was forced to channel Elijah Wood for a decade. And then I was forced to live in shame and hide it. I was never allowed to talk about it. I was never allowed to get actual counseling or help surrounding it. I went to healer after healer, and they all condemned me for it and then tried to force it out and then bill me $300 that they did the job of a proper exorcism, and then I was forced to go to the next healer, and then the next healer, and then the next healer, and then the next healer, and none of them knew what was actually going on. I was forced to live in a prison of lies because everybody was filthy, cheap, lazy, fat, unhealthy, and stupid. That I was forced to repeat their lies, to relay mistruths, to sell a fake healing. I was forced to say things about miracles I did not see, and that I was required to do those things in life. I was tortured and abused to death. Okay, enough about me. So now you can understand just at least the bottom line perspective of like the need for this mental body. You have perspective. I do not desire to complain. My life is about moving forward and past these things. But unfortunately, if somebody freshly clicks on this video without doing all the other Kabbalah class, they're going to miss all the context. Okay. The stupid thing is to install mental bodies without installing all the other mental bodies. Okay, mental body number 20. People treat me well. Through the years, I adapted with a layer of psychosis called self-reduction. And that means at my own expense, everybody was right and I was wrong. It didn't matter how truthfully accurate I was. No matter how mathematically on point or correct I would be or become. It didn't matter if I understood linear mathematics or wave mechanics. It did not matter if I understood conjecture. It did not matter if I understood legal arguments. I was wrong and everybody else was right, and I had to live in a box. And so we developed a survival system surrounding it to even be able to exist in that said society. I placated every single human to death. I would do circles around them. I would do 5 times the work and charge 1/5 of my time. Whilst being trained by Odessa. While being overly qualified and 100% mentally astute, I was shamed, condemned, and criticized by mentally impoverished fat people. Always. People who would lower the bar based off of their own personal limitations. Let me say this again. I was forced to digest inaccurate truths or paradigms based off the illegitimate limitations of authority throughout my entire existence. So if somebody pointed to this and said it was green, I was forced to agree and then turn my head and leave. Or I would be stabbed, or I'd be criticized, or I'd be fired. So we understand. I get it. I know where it can go. I know we're talking about just being able to handle Donald Trump. I've been there 100%. Okay. People treat me well. So I'll share a very small story about my family, about the MMS, and about the lion lineage. I'm kind of like the Cinderella daughter with 2 evil stepsisters and a really mean mother. My mother kind of abused me to death, mentally and emotionally. She also hit me. I didn't care about so much her hitting me because I was an athlete. It was more the physical, emotional trauma and the fact that she would threaten to kick me out or kill me. It was more that. Every day I would wait for my mother to come home from work and I would feel terrified and I lived on eggshells at the age of 12. I would hide. I would always feel like she was going to stab me in the back, hurt me. Yeah. I was punished unfairly. I had a little sister who would lie and do things against me like a reptile. She would steal things or do bad behavior, and then she would blame it on me, and I would get punished for it, like the whipping child. She had a best friend who was probably the most cruel person I've ever met in my life in the physical world. That woman's name is Corey Burns. Corey Burns looks okay now, but she looks like an average white middle class automaton troll. She looks kind of healthy, though. Maybe she's grounded. I don't know. Corey Burns, after I would come home from field hockey, I would fall asleep. My body's broken. I've been beaten to death. My hands are kind of bleeding. I played 3 games. I ran around a field for 3 to 4 hours. And I'd be exhausted and in pain. Corey Burns would go into my fridge and take whipped cream and spray it all over me just to fuck with me. Like a troll. And then Corey Burns would spread rumors and lies about me and my entire... So that was my sister's best friend. My reptile sister's best friend. So I lived in a house where I was always being attacked and traumatized at every single angle. By my mother, by my little sister, and then by my abusive nanny, who loved my little sister and hated me. Okay. I was treated unfairly. I was beaten to death. I was abused to death, and I was forced to move back between my father and my mother frequently, especially during the high school ages. Frequently is like, just that's enough. My father lived on the other side of the country, so. I was forced into one of those troubled youth personalities, even though I was Hermione Granger and was 2 years ahead in all my classwork. So I was one of those left behind, troubled youth with an attitude complex, even though I was 2 years ahead and in all the honors and advanced classes. And I was the smartest person at the school. Because of the behavior of my family and the wicked teenagers in my high school who were meaner than anybody I've ever seen on this planet. They were rich, beautiful, and cruel, and had nothing better to do with their time other than hurt others. It was like Cruel Intentions on crack. Every time I left that high school and that current family situation, I got straight A's and I was in total heaven. I wonder why. People thrive when they're not currently always being abused at every single angle afforded to them. They thrive. They go back to a status quo, which is healthy and mature. A natural equilibrium. Okay. So that was my story with my family. Oh, I had an older sister too. My older sister was a fake movie star, fake model, stripper that pretended to not be a stripper. So she was always running and hiding from her own lives and existence, and then flaunting her overly gorgeous ideals at me because she was stick thin, and she was super hyper photogenic, and she was a dumb blonde. So there. And she was a decade older than me. So that's another reptile. So that's Elsa's mom. Anna and Elsa's mom. Okay. My family's fascinating. I can't believe I got the nieces I got. They're the love of my lives. They're the anti-reptile of anti-reptile. God. Okay. Here's my story with the MMS. This is the Modern Mystery School. I went in and I paid thousands of dollars to Teresa Ibis, and she just shat on me. It didn't matter if I did all my work. It didn't matter if I showed up to every single little program and did all the extra slava. It didn't matter if I did this or this or this or this or this or this. I apparently knew nothing and she knew everything. She didn't even know how to talk to me, but she knew everything. She didn't even know how to dance, but she knew everything. She can't even do yoga, but she knew everything. She doesn't even understand actual health principles, but she knew everything. She doesn't even understand naturopathic medicine, but she knew everything. She didn't even have a personality that's mature or empathetic, and she knew everything. She doesn't know how to act, and she knew everything. She has zero improv abilities, zero charisma, and looks like an automatronic troll that stands at a podium and reads the lecture to you for 8 hours straight and makes you fall asleep during class. And she knew everything because she had a PhD, and you were a fucking troll! Let me say that again. She had a stick up her ass the size of Kentucky. And she knew everything because she had a PhD. It didn't matter if Goodney raped you. It didn't matter if Goodney sexually harassed you. It didn't matter if Dave raped you. Didn't matter if Dave sexually harassed you. Everything you said was tone policing, and she knew everything. Because she had a PhD. So she was the authority. She couldn't even rhyme in class. She can't even write a poem. Nothing she said mattered. The smartest thing she ever said was, "Eating chocolate closes your crown chakra." What a joke. That woman starved me to death on purpose. She knew every single day that I was starving, and she looked the other way. She's the coldest woman I have ever seen on this planet, and she knows everything. She has zero love, zero compassion, and she knows everything. She has zero Christ in her at all, and she knows everything. Maybe she has Christ in her. Can she make it to the House of Haniel? We will see. She can't even become... Can she become somebody's friend? We will see. Seriously. That's all Tiferet is, by the way. Is, can you even become somebody's friend? Like, actual friend. Like, authentic friend, where you're not faking it or lying every day. Or stuck in your head. Can you even do anything for anybody else without receiving a paycheck? I wonder how much charity she has in actuality. I wonder if she'll bleed marshmallow and honeycomb goo out of her brain all day and every day, all day long for infinity. I wonder how many free healing will she ever do one free healing session? Ever. And then not pretend that she was God doing it. It didn't matter how much I gave. It didn't matter how much I was intelligent. It didn't matter if I was doing or studying 50 disciplines. I was a loser, and she was my god. Because she was a PhD. Or she was a ritual master. What the fuck is a ritual master? You can't do 50 disciplines at professional levels, and you're a ritual master. That is what a ritual master is. It's 50 professional levels where you're at a hierophant position. That means in the writing field, in the science field, in the medical field, in the law field. That is a ritual master. I learned in the dance field, in choreography, in technique, in theory. In philosophy. That is a ritual master. Oh, I'm also proficient in humanitarian studies and childcare development. I understand how to Mary Poppins life in actuality without feeling like a fraud, at least to the children. I want to feel like I backhand the adults all day long, though. I'm also very gifted at cooking, yoga, tea making, painting, drawing, mosaics. How many other disciplines do we need to bring in? Ooh, I have to cancel out all the demons. Oh, I can't even pick up one A&R book. Okay, so that was Teresa Ibis. Talk about people treat me well. That woman treated me the worst. I was her and she was my guide into the heavens of existence. Let me say this again. She was my guide to Jesus Christ. And I paid her with and was bound by sacred contracts, and she starved me to death and shamed me for outdoing her in actual education. Because Teresa Ibis is a knife rapist. The underworld was awful. She was not there cleaning out the clippet ever at all. At all. She has zero light and she has no root chakra. She also has a broken back and can't actually function at all. She cannot function. Teresa Ibis has zero ability to produce anything other than sterile lecture material that is reiterated, stolen, or contrived. It's not even improv from years and years of training and wisdom. There is no heart or depth to anything she says, and all of it is anti-walk the talk fallacy conjecture. Did I just use that word wrong? I don't even know, but at least I'm humble enough to ask that question. She's not. The pretentious facade. Okay. Then we have the Mayan lineage. Let me tell you about the Mayan lineage. Do I have to? So we have Brooke and Star that rape people in the astral planes. Even in the beginning, it was like a bulldozer effect. If you weren't getting punched in the face in the astral planes from Brooke, then Star would come up with the left-hand path and do it with the left-hand path. And so they were both left-hand paths. So Brooke pretended to be the light, and Star pretended to be the good dark femme, and then they bulldozed you together. And then they stole your money and then left you going, I didn't receive any education, and there is no even system of order surrounding any of this, but boy, was that a moment for my life. Boy, was that fascinating. They have charisma. They're like full of life and juice. But they're also like the Tweedledee and Tweedledum demon twins. I'm gonna bulldoze you, pretending I'm in the light. With a Pollyanna, everything is positive. I am the most spiritual fat person on earth, and my fat is divine. I am not unhealthy really at all. God gave me this body, and I am Jesus Christ. I am also the most hyper psycho positive person in the world, and if you're not in my league, believe me, you are not in my league at all. So I'm gonna punch you with light. There's Brooke. I'm gonna pretend like demons don't exist and the whole world is at my command and I am the master of this planet and the universe. Boom! Oh, Brooke, I have an issue. It's healed. Boom! If it's not healed, then you're a lazy loser. Boom! Give me $20,000. Boom! I will not sit with you and talk to you about your actual problems ever. Boom! Your problems are stupid. Boom! I'm back to happy. I'm totally Pollyanna. Genius. I have no problems in infinity, even though my house looks like shit. I have an autistic daughter, and my other daughter is a lazy psychotic artist that's self-indulgent and totally a narcissist. But I'm going to pretend like everything's okay, and they're never going to have a problem, and they're allowed to choose their own experience in life because I'm a shithead mother. I'm not going to guide or train their education in any capacity whatsoever. I'm going to let them fall on their face and get stabbed. Boom! My house is falling apart and I pretend to have the world's finest, classiest husband. And he's black, so it's definitely I'm the anti-racist and you're just a shithead. Boom! I'm the master of humanity and I am the queen of Hufflepuff. Boom! There's the light. That was Brooke Still. I got 5 words into Brooke Still after $24,000 and all my time. Ha ha ha! There's this like laugh-a-duck situation, like I believe in the ego and stuff, and I like Sai Baba is amazing. We were blessed with Sai Baba. It doesn't matter if Sai Baba was a fucking pedophile. She's not even intuitive enough to know that Sai Baba was a pedophile. Because she's so psycho in the brain. That's what it felt like to be around Brooke every day. I'm channeling. I have paying for issues. And I'm being steamrolled by Brooke Still's yang. And she can't stop gaining weight. Oh, wait. Here's the better part. I'm going to go get gastric bypass surgery, and then I'm going to lose 100 pounds. And it's because I was a miracle worker. My healing was divine. It wasn't like scientific surgery. It was just divine. That's how good of a healer I am. It wasn't that I mastered diet and nutrition. It wasn't that I mastered walking 5 miles a day and eating well. It was because I got gastric bypass surgery and I cut my stomach down to this big so I wouldn't be forced to eat everything in sight. I refused to develop any kind of self-control or self-awareness around anything in my existence, so I remained a bull in a china shop for infinity. Like a hot air balloon, bull in a china shop. But because I laugh and then I say sweet things instead of the dark things that are real, everybody believes I'm the enlightened princess of the planet. And I have a black husband who I made get fat so he could develop self-acceptance. So it wasn't like her beautiful black husband made her get thin and healthy and ripped. It was the reverse. So they could develop self-acceptance instead of health. Cool. And you're going to see their fake marriage. Fake. Fake. They lack soul. And then how they pawn it off like it's the world's best romantic thing in infinity. Okay. Then there's a star. Rachel! Do this! Every day, 5 times a day, for a year. That's actually what she sounds like. Let me say this again. I was beaten and abused at every angle. That's the woman who knife rapes. There's Hailstar Fuentins. God. There's my really small story. How do I get through to Slytherin? So people treat me well. So this is the background. You're gonna have your own background. It's gonna be demonic like that. It might be worse. It could easily be worse. How do you go from like, I'm a Ravenclaw to how do I get through to Slytherin? Okay, so the only thoughts in the brain are like psycho, like it's a deer in headlights. How do I get through to the woman who goes, Rachel! And then takes a pair of scissors and then it like almost looks like she's gonna come after me with them when she takes me into the office to discipline me, where I'm actually afraid that she's gonna stab me out of anger and rage because she lacks all kind of sense of human appropriateness or sensibility. And she runs super high Shakti, so she's an insanity queen. How do I get through to that person? How do I get through to the obese woman that steamrolls over me with her fake positivity? Her Pollyanna complex. Like everything is love and light and you have no problems. All your problems are stupid. You're making, yeah, so that doesn't exist. How do I get through to those kind of people? How do I get through to my reptile Anastasia and Griselda sisters with my evil stepmother, who's just my mother, and then I have my evil stepmother on top of it. My evil stepmother is like an Ursula Maleficent with a Scorpio complex. She's not like Odessa. She's actually more like an actual evil stepmother. She's more evil than my actual mother. Let me say that again. So my mother is like an evil snake reptile, and then my stepmother is like an evil scorpion. Ursula stepmother. How do we get through to those kind of people in life? My dad was like a pushover. He wasn't really evil, but he was stupid. He was dumb. He's kind of a narcissist, but like a techie. He's kind of just like a passive person that's takes on social burdens or emotional trauma and just goes within and then hides from the rest of the world. He becomes like a dud. Can't even talk to him. Like, so he doesn't really exist. Like, in my brain, the idea of me talking about my father is like my father doesn't exist because that's my experience with my father. Okay. So, like, how do I get through to Slytherin? Deer in headlights. All right. First and foremost, I have not read this. I wrote these notes about 3 months ago. So we're going to go through them from a fresh perspective. Filters. Okay. How do I get through to Slytherin? Reptile traps. I can't even speak to my own family. There are reptile traps every single place. They're at your job. They're in your family. They're in the government. They're at the FBI. They're at your ally's house. They're your best friend's friend. So there are reptile traps everywhere. I can't even speak to my own family. I'm trying to be able to speak to my nieces after 4 years of a hunger strike and being excommunicated out of my family for speaking educational wisdom and bringing my mother's dementia to light, that I was being stuck in a prison of abuse because my mother was going insane and then abusing me with her dementia, and I was not allowed to speak about her dementia to anybody, so my mother put me in a psychological trauma prison. Let me say this. My mother had dementia. She only told me. She refused to say it to anybody else. She forced me to carry the burden alone about her dementia. And then in the midst of her dementia and her psychosis, she would abuse me with it. So I was forced to live in a psychological trauma prison where I was the bad guy no matter what. And then when I tried to bring this to light, my family threw me out. And then I was never allowed to speak to my nieces again. And then I starved on a beach instead. How do I get through to those people when all it is a brick wall of insanity? This is the world's most important mental body. So there are Iranian executions right now from children that are teenagers that don't want to wear their hijab, or they're standing up against the current political system, the current religious sanctioned political system, and they're being executed. It's the same brick wall. Those people are in complete irrational spaces. They have zero desire to become flexible, reasonable, or accommodating to create progress or change. They have no desire to create reconciliation or build bridges. They want to create authority and control and then stay Hitler. And not like McKenna stays Hitler, Archangel Ratziel. Not like that. But Hitler that hurts and condemns like the millennial Gryffindor and Ravenclaw children. Where you're killed for being Jesus. Okay. Filters. Their own self-interests, goals, and agendas. Their own limited perspectives. First and foremost, you need to be mindful of everybody's filter. People operate off of their own self-interest. People operate off their own goals. And people operate off their own agendas. That is their reality paradigm filter. Let me say this again. When you're trying to get through to somebody who is obstinate, if you're trying to even just exist around somebody that's insane, unreasonable, or obstinate, you need to be mindful of their current paradigm, perspective, filter. This is their self-interests. That means their own personal safety. And then all the things they're also interested themselves that creates self-pleasing. Now, when you're a tarot reader or a psychic, you understand this. There's a trick. I will only give readings surrounding love, money, or work, because I know the client is only coming to me based off their self-interest surrounding their romantic life, their cash flow, or their career. That's all they're coming to me for. So that's all that I'm going to present or accommodate for. Let's say this again. The filter is their self-interest, their goal, or their agenda. Now, a goal and an agenda can be like different. Like, I have an agenda to not get stabbed, but that's not like my active goal in life. Let's say this. So there are passive agendas we have. Maybe we haven't, maybe somebody has a really deep ego agenda that they're going to prevent seeing their own flaws at all cost and expense to everybody else. Whoa. Let's say that again. They're going to prevent themselves from seeing their own flaws at all expense to everybody else. So that's an agenda people have on the inside. Another filter is their own limited perspective. So I'm from the hood. I have a limited perspective because I grew up in La Costa, but then I also grew up in Texas, and then I also grew up in New Hampshire, and then I went to art school, and then I moved to Crenshaw. So when I say I'm from the hood, like I know I have a limited perspective because I didn't only live in the hood. So that's a limited perspective because I'm kind of a white privileged kid. Kind of. But I'm the white privileged kid that was beaten to death in high school to the point where they tried committing suicide 3 times. Okay, so like my white people problem is that I'm the minority at the school and still committing suicide. And I have no family to go to, and all my teachers don't care. And it didn't matter how many cops I went to either. So it's similar, but it's like I still grew up where like there's really nice food and clean running water. So the material level is taken care of. So there's that kind of privilege. Okay, so the material stuff's taken care of. All right, so people's limited perspective is everything. So their life story is literally the model or paradigm from which they operate from. If they have not lived in multiple environments, if they do not have multicultural friends, if they do not see, if they have not like had a techie job and then also had a spiritual job, if they did not live in their car for a year, if they didn't live in a tent city. So that's a normal new thing. So that's a new normal for a lot of people. If they didn't live in a trailer for a year. So there's a perspective alignment. If they didn't leave or go off the grid doing like a hunger strike and then figure out how to live off of improv, off of God. So that's a different, like I have no safety net and I've divorced myself from my family and I will find my way in life. So that changes your perspective. So there are things like safety nets that we belong to, like I refuse to leave my church community, or I refuse to get rid of my sex cult guru. So there's different perspectives based off of the limited cultural, societal pattern that is like in the brain through your experience. So the more you have those different experiences, the more your mind goes, hey, that's more reasonable. I'm more open to that. or I am more willing. I have less defense mechanisms. I'm more willing to create problem solving because I learned how to live with a little bit more of the flow of life. Okay. So filters is a huge issue. People treat me well. So when I know somebody's limited perspective and when I know somebody's self-interest, goal, or agenda, I can operate around it. As an ascended master, I will never be allowed to change it for infinity because they'll kill me. But I can work around it. Or I can become a brick wall and Dracarys. It's either or. It's I work around it or I chip away at it like Dracarys. And that requires law enforcement usually. Seriously. Man. All right, next item. Narcissism blind spots. So we talked about MMS and Teresa Ibis. So narcissism blind spots was Teresa Ibis. I know everything. I am the alpha and I am everything, and I am the alpha authority because I am the PhD. Okay, so 100% Teresa's in narcissism and 100% blind to everything and everybody else. So Teresa Ibis was blind to people in Teresa's class. So she'd have to snap in their face to wake them up because she looked at her notes and she spoke like this and she made people fall asleep in her class because she talked like she knew everything, like she was a rigid, stick up her ass preacher who was uneducated in presentation models and delivery and charisma and charm. She was non-fruitful in comedy. She didn't know how to throw a punch. So she made people fall asleep in her class. And then she'd snap in their face. Wake up! Wake up! Get up! Okay. And it's not like how I throw a stick at the screen. It's not like that at all. She was completely unaware in her real class with real people sitting in front of her why anybody would fall asleep. She was also completely unaware of everybody's wounds. She did not care if anybody had any wounds. They were the bad guy, and Teresa was 100% the alpha perfect. And then also, she was 100% in hypocrisy. So she operated on a platform of hypocrisy and non-intelligence. Okay, so narcissism, blind spot. So, they will expect you to always be there, but never vice versa. You were required to show up for Teresa Ibis at all expense to yourself, at all cost to yourself, but Teresa will never be there for you. Ever. That's a narcissism blind spot. They will expect you to be there, but never vice versa. Upgrade. Side angle deflect. Still missing big issues. Okay. So when you would ask Teresa Ibis to upgrade anything, they would deflect it, say you were tone policing, and then go on to a new subject. And then they would circle back to an illogical thought of irrationality that your crown chakra is closed because you eat chocolate. I did all my rituals, and I did all my 5 questions, and I did my reading, and I was still the bad guy. I also did my yoga, and I changed my entire diet to organics. I also have very low karma footprint on the clothes and material purchases that I make. And I was still the bad guy. Imagine if Hermione Granger was in your Kabbalah class and you were a bad teacher. I was always the girl with her hand raised that did all the work. And I took 500 dance classes on top of it to make sure I was integrating all the divine energy into my physical form while also doing yoga. And I was still told I was the bad guy. Okay. Side angle deflect, like so. I can present nothing. We'll refocus. Still missing the big issues. So Teresa can't even move her body. Teresa can't even move. Like Teresa can't. So she's the world's master healer. But she has a bad back. She can't do yoga. But she's the world's master healer. Missing big, so that's a narcissism blind spot. I'm going to do a runaround on the entire issue at hand. That Goodney's a sex cult artist. I'm going to run around these, so do you get it? So I have to accommodate for people's filters and people's narcissism blind spots. So I could never go to Teresa about Goodney having like sexual harassment at me ever, because Teresa would make up a story about it because she's going to do a runaround around that issue and I already know it. Because she's good. Do you understand? All of these people have that problem. Okay, next. We have now covered filters and narcissism blind spots. Next, social norms. Anti-cult issue culture. So we live in a planet, at least in America, at least in Southern California, where everyone's really concerned about joining a cult. Oh no. We gotta make sure if we're gonna join a cult that it doesn't feel like a cult, and then it's still a cult. And then we're gonna work at Huge, and Huge is a cult. And then we're gonna work at BuzzFeed, and BuzzFeed is a cult. And then we're gonna work at Facebook, and Facebook is a cult. And they're all cults. They all have completely illegitimate social norm practices that are actually endangering their own employees. Let me say this again. I was fired from Huge because I wouldn't go get drunk with everybody. I wasn't fired. I was let go because I wouldn't go get drunk and stupid and shit-faced with everybody. That's illegal behavior. I was left behind on the training because of that, because I would not fit in to their cult culture. Fender has a cult. Fender is a cult. Okay? MMS is a cult. The Mayan lineage is definitely a cult. There's a cult in London and there's a cult in LA. It's a culture. And a culture is a developed social norm mindset. And it is always going to be harmful to people outside of that social norm mindset. And it does not matter. It does not matter at all. Now, how I break through that cult still creates a cult, but I'm trying my best to not create a bad one. And it is free education at people's own personal ability and rate using universal law principles and mathematical understanding of karma. And that's it. As secular norm as I can make it, as logical as I can make it, and as highly intelligent and intellectual as I can make it. Oh, and if people come to me with quandaries or questions, or just actual arguments that are superior, not inferior, not like an MMS troll, automaton robot that's going to reiterate the mystical Kabbalah to me that I've already studied 5,000 hours. Okay. Somebody mansplaining and shoving down my throat the same thing I already know and understand and work through. Okay. There are different cults as social norms on this planet. In the spiritual world, we have the New Age cult versus the classical ascended cult. Let me say this again. There are people who are New Age hippies in this spiritual ascension, or there are the classically trained people. Those are the people that will spend $100,000 to get a classical spiritual education versus a poor poverty hippie that goes and works at woofing and then reads like The Power of Now. Okay, so there's these two different sides. And this is a cult norm on this planet as a social conditioning in just the spiritual world. It's a bipolar. It's like the right wing versus the left wing. So what's really nice is it can translate into like, I'm a Tiferet, or I'm a Gebra person, or I'm a Chesed person. So I can go into a specific house surrounding my own personality. How wonderful. It can fit on the tree of life in a really nice way. Okay, so that is New Age versus classical form. I am either free-flowing and hipster and believe in independence, or I actually believe in steady, disciplined approach. And one is not better than the other, but kind of. Let me say this. Ravenclaw is going to be classic form. It's going to be Hierophant design, classic form technique, Mozart, the classics in the philosophy. You're going to be classical science. So Ravenclaw does not negate classical form at all. You're not going to, Ravenclaw is not New Age hippies. Okay. In the millennial social world, we have the techie millennial versus the older people. That's just a whole paradigm split. There are two cultures. One is the older people, and then the other is a techie millennial. Ooh, I know how to use it. I know how to use my computer and do 500 million things versus an older person. So that's a cultural set. And both are a set of cults because there are laws and principles within that genome species. Okay. The next cult divide is tech versus newer ascended master baby. Let me say this again. So we used to have tech versus older people, but now the techies are the older people. And you have nature-based ascended master children versus a techie. So the techie is a reptile, and the ascended master children are genius. They understand spiritual dogmas and how to transcend them. They understand nature and nature-based technologies. They also understand the farming systems. They also understand everything to deal with Natak law. They are children of XR and beyond. They also studied with monks as a 5-year-old child. So that is the new wave versus a techie millennial that goes to work at Silicon Valley. Okay, so that's a cult divide. Woohoo! All right, so these are social norms. When you're aware of the social norm weather, those, do you see? Those are the social norm paradigms, or those 4 areas. Tech versus older, tech versus newer, new age versus classic form, which is also new age versus a classical ascended master. When you are aware of that social norm weather, you can make decisions appropriately surrounding I am able to respond to the environment I am in. I know when I talk to somebody who is a classically trained spiritualist that I am allowed to use the words Kabbalah teacher and elevated Hierophant analysis. When I talk to somebody who's a new age hippie millennial, I'm allowed to talk about green technology. I'm allowed to talk about woofing. I'm allowed to talk about charity. I'm allowed to talk about more humanitarian service. When I am aware of my social weather, I am more able to respond and accommodate to their desires and agendas and needs. Remember, we have to take into account their filters and their narcissism blind spots, and be aware of the social norms and current social weather that we are in. And that's just in the United States, in a developed country where people are progressive and liberal. So remember, there are way other nuances going on. Okay, next. So we've got social norms, narcissism blind spots, and filters. Higher IQ. People with a higher IQ generally tend to treat me well, better than somebody with a lower IQ. Forget the word EQ. Emotional intelligence. Just IQ. If you have a high IQ, then you'll have a high EQ. High IQ equals Ravenclaw, which then equals I will learn about emotions and empathy from NetSec. I might also learn how to rise above it because I make more mathematical choices that are of higher divine service and value than an emotional-based decision. So I come off maybe as sterile or brute, but I still have emotional depth, maturity, and intelligence, and I'm able to respond to other people in an empathetic capacity. I'm also able to respond in emergency situations and not freak out. So when somebody comes to me with like 500 layers of negativity and they're falling apart, I am available for them. So that's somebody with a higher IQ. And EQ. I know how to point them in the right direction, and I might understand the words that I need to say or communicate. Maybe I just understand I need to listen because I have a higher IQ. Remember, Ravenclaw has a higher IQ. Okay, so for the notes, we wrote Nassim. So that's a name to drop. Hey, Nassim. So Nassim will go to Ravenclaw one day when he does all of his 7th house work. Jesus. When he understands it. I know his brain is not there to compute all of it, but Nassim is probably one of our Ravenclaw dragons. Can you imagine that? So I am going to be treated better in life by somebody like Nassim, by somebody like Nassim Harriman. How do you say his last name? I'm so gross. I'm sorry. Haramian, we've already met before. You look the other way while I try to tell you about dimensional mastery and sacred geometry and other weird sophisticated things. Didn't matter. There was still a glimmer in your eye, and you were still somewhat receptive to my layers of intelligence I had to offer you. But I'm still more inclined to be treated well by somebody like Nassim, or like Malcolm Gladwell, or like Aaron Sorkin, or like Spielberg, just based off their ability to receive my message because of their own lack of narcissism and their own desire to function at higher levels of IQ. Okay. I am more likely or inclined to be treated better by people in music education and music theory. I am more inclined to be treated better by people in Hierophant culture, like MIT, science geeks, educational masters, law geeks, Harvard legal studies. I am more inclined to be treated well by people in elevated philosophy studies, or by people who read a lot, people who study piano instead of punching. I am more inclined to be treated well by these people, even if it feels autistic, sterile, or Aspergery, because we're all running on hyperintelligence, but we all kind of have a nice individual status quo of like, we don't like to touch each other, but we definitely like being in each other's presences. And we enjoy engaging in conversations that are mentally stimulating, fresh. We like throwing a punch with words and a one-liner. Okay. So I watched Malcolm Gladwell's masterclass, or at least half of it. How offensive. I'm sorry. I'm going to get back to it someday. Librarians are the nicest people on earth, is what he said. How profound. They know the least. And they are the most educated. And they spend their time self-educating. And being educated by a bunch of other people, always constantly asking for their help. And they enjoy it. What a sophisticated thing to say. Librarians are the nicest people on earth. Not all the hypocrite spiritual teachers that I went to and spent $24,000 with and became their slave, but it was librarians. I bypassed that in life. I didn't get that teaching in life. Malcolm Gladwell had that teaching, and I learned it at age 38. How droll. People will treat me better while I'm at Harvard and I'm speaking at their level, and they're speaking at my level. When I'm speaking to somebody who's already adept to my philosophies, understandings, and beliefs and sciences, than to somebody who's closed-minded and boxed. So Harvard did a study. Let's talk about the study. You can only train somebody at like a 30 level difference to your current paradigm. So if somebody's too dissonant or too far outside of your master level, you would be unable to train or connect with that person at all. So if you're Hermione Granger and your goal is to get up there, you're training this many people. Maybe you'll bring in one. Maybe you'll bring another. But they will have to be within a 30 level range of you to be able to effectively teach, train, or coach them. If you're too advanced or too outside of somebody's comfort norm, it's too dissonant, and so they see it as contrary or demon to their existence. People will treat you better when they're within your current 30 level mark. Period. All right, now let's talk about higher EQ. That still exists. So we have Chris Voss. Just that. I'm empathetic to your concerns and needs at the expense of my own mental agendas. I am self-reductive. I take an inventory analysis of how you perceive me based off of your filters, narcissism, blind spots, based off of social norms or projected social norms. We're not even allowed to say social norms. Everything's just a projection of my own current understanding and intuition. And for that, I can begin to develop a bond with someone in hostile everything, and maybe connect to create a result that is nonviolent or progressive. EQ. I am not divorced of EQ. I'm bypassing it. I see a mathematical concern or need that needs to be brick-walled or Dracarist, and I am supposed to sacrifice my life to create that based off of a logical analysis of the mirror prism. Because I'm one of the few people who can see those blind spots or holes. If somebody else could do that for me, I would be afforded the possibility of being everybody's nice guy and having the highest EQ on the planet. Unfortunately, that is not my job title. My job title is Katniss, which is a cunt. Maleficent. Sorry. So I'm supposed to be a brute force against the forces of evil in times of need. All right, EQ. How do I drop my own positions and still be able to take care of myself and somebody else emotionally? How do I be able to take care of myself? How do I being available to take yourself and your feelings out of the equation? Whoa, now that's a whole other profound ballgame. This is all humanity's work. Take myself out of the equation, take my own feelings out of the equation. I do not even exist. I am above that. I am above existing. Now I can really do that level of work. That's the only way you can do it if you're a mathematical person. I do not exist. My math exists. My math says take myself out of the equation, take my feelings out of the equation, and then build an emotional connection. People are beings of emotions. You need to build emotional connections to them. That's the logical choice. All right, so that's humanity's work. Daniel Goleman is the other name to drop surrounding that. There are books. There are lots of books written. Social intelligence. Social intelligence. Okay. People treat me well when I am surrounded by people who have higher EQ. That's cool. What about me developing a higher EQ surrounding other people? Because I know they have really bad EQ. I've met 5 people in my life that have good EQ. That is Kristen Neveau, Shay Paris, Gracie Williamson, Melissa Elza, and Lena Kaffenberger. Trying to think of anybody else. Nina Hester. Sandy Morin. Out of thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people and being in the entire spiritual communities around the planet, Gracie Williamson's mom and dad also kind of have good EQ as well. Those are the only people on the planet I would endorse personally to have actual good EQ. Marshall's okay. Chris is okay. That's just in them in the astral. That's them in the astral planes. I'm okay. Kelly's okay. Really, like, Chris Voss is probably good EQ. I have not met Chris Voss. There are not a lot of people on this planet with acceptable EQ levels, and it is a fundamental catchphrase everyone seems to be using to use it as a weapon against others. It was used as a weapon against me every single day. I would speak facts, education, and truthful analysis, and I was shunted, slain, and passed aside as bad EQ, and they were good. And they were trolls instead. They were wretched trolls projecting that I had bad EQ and they were masters. Zero. How do I bring higher EQ to the planet? So that is a people will treat me well when I bring higher EQ to the planet. All right, so next is Isla at Mozart. So this is about gifted children, spiritual children that you know are either like in the archangel spectrum or like seventh ascended master spectrum, or they're just geniuses and they're like 10 years ahead. They're like actually playing Mozart at like 4 years old in their own musical practice, or they're like moving objects with their mind because they're ascended master children that haven't actually been trained appropriately. Yes. Okay, so these children have diva issues. And like, they're not surrounded in an environment with other children that have the same kind of gifts a lot of the time, and then they have diva issues. So they'll be like, people treat me, so I will be treated well amongst those children because I recognize their gifts and their talents. And they don't feel left behind because they're talented. Let's say this again. As an educator, I am treated better around higher end, developed master children that desire education and are sponges and receptive to my training. I'm treated better by these people than I am with troll adult parents. Okay, so that's why an Asperger person would actually vibe with the children that are advanced mentally and emotionally and spiritually than like with the average consumer day to day. I'm going to talk about the weather for the 50th time. Child, like, people treat me well. The point is, I will accommodate accordingly based off of my current paradigm. So I would seek to hang around Isla or McKenna, who vibes at Mozart, than a normal person who doesn't. And then I'm treated better. Isla is going to be an adult in 10 years. Imagine that. She won't always be a child, so it won't always be weird or demented. She'll be Mozart when she's 30. So you make friends. Do you understand? Okay, so child at genius at an adult at genius. So I look at Diane von Faustenberg, Dion Fortune at the same time. DVF, I just call her DVF. And I look at Isla and they're besties in the astral plane. Let me say this again. Diane von Faustenberg and Isla are best friends in the astral plane. It's like they're soulmates. They vibe at the same exact rate. So the idea that I would put or force Isla into a muggle's school when her best friend is actually DVF and Isla's a creative mastery genius is insanity. Do you see me doing the Einstein hair? My family is abusing the children because my family can't see that Isla belongs in a school run by DVF. All right, so people like how do I accommodate for the child geniuses out there? When I am able to provide for the child geniuses out there, it creates a sense of harmony in the environment. It's actually a problem solving instead of a problem creating. Let's say that again. When I can get Isla to study calligraphy with Laura Worthington at the age of 10, her problems get more solved in life instead of created. So people will treat me well. Laura Worthington will find her genius child prodigy student. DVF finds her best friend, and then Isla has appropriate teachers for her level of intellectualism and mental need stimulation. Great. The same thing as adult genius. It's like, so it's DVF with Isla, and then it's me with Anna Winter. Anna Winter is my best friend in the astral planes because Anna Winter is Hal Khaleesi, like McKenna. She has high intuitions and intelligence surrounding quality, marketing, merchandising, style, design, hierophant technique. Anna Winter is an adult genius, and I respect Anna Winter in the same capacity and light. So we would have a mutual love and understanding just based off of our need to be around other adult geniuses and surrounding the same topics. I appreciate, even if I dress in sweats, I appreciate the fashion world, its mathematical beauty. To run a Fortune 500 company, projecting that's what it is, requires CEO skills that Isis is required to have at all levels. And we both need to be 100% socially alpha in every light and capacity known to man. Anna Wintour is definitely a dragon lady Khaleesi. And like, I am the social alpha on this planet. If you are not with me, you do not belong. Period. So that's an adult genius. People treat me well when I treat myself. So like I would surround myself with people like Anna Wintour and then I would be treated well. Instead of put myself in a neurological demon prison box filled with dumb, which is currently what I do. All right. Geniuses are usually nice. Let me say this again. Genius, like the idea of sociopathic criminal mind geniuses is limited. Geniuses are usually in Ravenclaw and they're usually nice. They might not be nice on the outside, like they're not like outgoingly friendly, but they're nice on the inside. They usually have like a desire or skill that transcends everyday humanity. And they're here to provide and serve. Because they're genius. That's genius. Selling stuff is not genius. Providing and servicing is genius. So that's nice. So they're not... Geniuses, like reptiles aren't genius. That's like... So geniuses are usually nice and they want to be seen, recognized, or acknowledged. And that's their agenda. They like gratitude. They like, yay, you understand my mental thought concept. You can see my whole entire paradigm bubble. How awesome. I can create a mental neurological connection to you. Nice. That's nice. Geniuses are usually nice and they want to be seen, recognized, and acknowledged. And many of them are usually bitter and alone. What a paradox. They're like Lady Olenna and super salty and really nice on the... They're like awesome. And they're also bitter and alone. Because they're surrounded by a bunch of reptiles. So they're all angry at life at the same time as being a genius. That doesn't go away. That's an eternal truth. All right. So that's the extent of like our real diatribe. We're going to run through the rest of these pages. We've got boom, 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 boom. Yeah, we know. It's like a 4-hour mental body. Okay. All right. People treat me well. I live 3 paradigms outside of the current human norm. The first norm is Muggle to spiritual. That's a paradigm. The next is the spiritual to the root red ray. That's an entire paradigm rewrite. Where people believe in God and God doing everything for you versus God doesn't fucking exist. You have to do literally every single thing yourself by hand, 100% self-reliant, and then become interdependent with another team of ascended masters. So that's spiritual. Om, got the secret. Om versus red ray. I am through the root chakra, able to take care of my own quantum paradigm, calculate my entire CRI analysis, and understand my karmic footprint on the planet, good, and where any debts or holes may be, and where the weaknesses and fallacies and my concerns are. I do not trust or believe in God. I trust in my ability to manipulate the quantum field using mathematics. And I become faith in myself to do the job and get it done to the highest degree and lowest karmic imprint return. When I say lowest, is that I reduce ricochet effect from my word, I omega other people's illogical fallacies, and I produce life force and value. Okay, so that's a totally different paradigm to let me smoke some weed. I'm a spiritual person. I just read that Ram Dass book, Be Here Now. Eckhart Tolle is red. So, so that's the spiritual paradigm versus the red root ray paradigm. The next paradigm is red ray to Netzach. I'm 100% accountable and responsible for everything in my brain, body, and I desire to actually pass through the Netzach, Nexa. So I will become more of an asset to this planet than a liability, 100%. In every single decision, thought, purchase, and experience. I am no longer a detriment to this planet at all. No, the planet does not look at me like a liability. The planet has accepted me in, and I have passed the Netzach Nexa. So that's a whole other paradigm. I am 100% organic buyer. I buy the highest quality product on the market. I buy used furniture, reclaimed wood. I troll through people's recycle bins to get furniture. And so like that, like I buy from vintage stores when I want to be overly fashionable. Recycled, so red ray to Netzach Nexa. So that's like, I am now on the, I have a root chakra to, I'm on the side of XR 100%. XR would look at me like a teacher or an asset instead of a liability. Let me say that again. XR would look at me like a teacher, an educational advisor, or an asset instead of a liability. XR would never look at me like they want to kill me, ever, just in their thoughts or their desire bodies. Instead, they would be, whoa, you are our alpha. or you have something else to bring to the table that we didn't even think about. that transcends. And it's not our ability to pray. Okay, the next paradigm is Netzach to Tiferet, and it's a brain cook. It's where your neurological wires actually reduce the violence and metals in the brain, and it cooks it out and it turns it to marshmallow go. When you cross that threshold, you belong to a completely new paradigm of human species. Because the brain no longer works at all like a violent Netzach person, and it does not work like a muggle in any capacity. It creates soft thought and pushes marshmallow at the enemy at all expense to your own neural wiring. So that is a paradigm. Then the next is the ANR brain at Gebera, when you actually have the ability to control your own mind because you can burn out your own neurological psychosis with cobra acid gas. When you have the ability to do that, you develop actual control within your own energy field. You're no longer a walking drunk. And then there's the ANR Ravenclaw level. And I'm going to say this hard. The people who will do the blueberry tree will be grounded, and the people who do the Ravenclaw blueberry tree will be very grounded. You will develop meticulous intellectual energetic Shakti control, where your Shakti isn't blasting light all over the place like a demon. And when you do the nodding for the 5,000 hours, so I exist at least 3 paradigms outside of the current human norm. When I went to work at Huge, at Fender, at BuzzFeed, that was the current human norm. And just being a spiritual person that would write a light language grid like an Om shaman was a paradigm outside of the current human social norm. It was a full paradigm outside of the current human social norm. Those people might like to go to yoga. Maybe we could get 5 people to meditate. So I exist 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, now 7 paradigms. When you get to your blueberry tree, 7 paradigms outside of the current human social norm. My brain works 7 paradigms, 7 neurological paradigms outside of the current human norm. Okay, we're going to go back to the 30-level rule. This is the online Harvard study. I have no students, or I have only students. Escape velocity prism. You transcend this study. You have only students. Every person you meet, whether they like it or not, is your student. That's the Ascended Master philosophy. You meet the escape velocity prism, especially doing all of this work, where you're grounded and you're surrounded and you're an educator that is here to provide, and you only have students. You are the authority everywhere. You are the mental authority. You are the educational authority. You are the health authority. You are the A&R authority. You are the vibration differential authority. You are the systems operator authority. You are the mathematical hierophant authority. You are the common sense authority. Your voice will be heard, whether or not you even speak. You will do a video and post, and it will influence the matrix. And one person might read that post, and 5 people might watch that video, and it's what was needed. And then you go and you think, and you go around the planet and you think, and you come up with solutions, and you listen, and you're always speaking, and people pick up a little bit of whatever you have to give. Whether it's just your calm demeanor, whether it's your posture or your presentation skills, whether it's how flawless your skin has got because you just learned how to diet and eat well and it changed the entire texture of your skin. Maybe it's just your good hygiene, or the way you dress, or just the way you carry yourself. Maybe it's the way you talk down to others. And it's alpha and sophisticated in a need way. You need to learn how to face a bully. Maybe it's overly giving and fruitful. Maybe it's your need to slay with a sentence. Okay, so you have only students. I used to look. So as I'm 7 paradigms outside the human norm, it's different than when I'm in the second paradigm where it's spiritual to root red ray. When I'm spiritual to root red ray, I have official students. And then when I'm 7 paradigms out, everybody is my student. Because they haven't even met a certain expectation of like picking up, what would it be like to have picked up 5,000 hours of litter? What are the messages you would get from God or the fairies after doing that kind, or Mother Earth from doing that kind of work? So you have only There are only students everywhere. And a lot of them are mean and bad. But they're still students. So that's the Jesus principle. Like, Jesus has only students. An ascended master has only, that you're 7 paradigms outside of the human norm, only students. Even if they want to kill you. Same thing. The best way to do it is anti-dogma and secular science, mathematics. Let's say this again. The more left-wing, the more CHESED we get, the more masterful we get, we can actually break down spiritual principles and philosophies into mathematics, pragmatism, and daily practical living at like an anti-psychosis level. So people can understand what Jesus meant by forgiveness or love with all of the fallacies and nuances surrounding it and all the fears about like what's allowed. If like I forgive a rapist, is a rapist allowed to keep on raping? So that's a really low thought that wasn't even worked out or accounted for by bad spiritual teachers. Those are fallacy loopholes that were not accounted for because those teachers did not teach appropriate Gebera. Those are not masters. Those are bad spiritual teachers that operate out of paradigm 2. They operate, or even paradigm 1. I live in a muggle world to a spiritual world, or I live in the spiritual world to the root, like I have to be in my root chakra all day long. So it's not about my crown chakra, it's actually about my root chakra because I have to be grounded and live here on the planet. And everything gets done by me. Everything I do matters. Everything I think matters. Yeah. So that's the current paradigm weather of a shift is a big spiritual to like get in the body. That like huge. So it's like a spiritual person becoming a witch. So there's like a huge uptrend in the witches market, and that's what that is. 100,000 witches are now on the planet in Facebook in America. So that was, we went from spiritual to I'm a witch because I'm in my root chakra now. And I create with intention on this planet. Okay. All right. People treat me well. All right. The biggest thing is find your bridges. When you're in the I have only students space, it is I literally can trust nobody but myself, and I'm 100% self-reliant on my own ability to create a mathematical experience within the quantum prism. And I literally am walking on my ability to not. And I have only students, and I can trust, and like nobody understands anything, and I receive the mathematics from God surrounding 500 things that this does. And I understand the cause and effect scenarios. I understand the quantum principles behind it. And I am completely living inside the matrix, freaking out because I have no friends, because nobody can understand this at all, except for maybe Kelly when she does it. All right. So I have only students, and I receive these giant downloads, and I have to prevent myself from going crazy. And I move in miles in quantum leaps and understandings. When I have to prevent myself from imploding or going crazy while still producing escape velocity, quantum leaps. So I'm not allowed to pretend I'm not a genius. I'm not allowed to dumb myself down in any capacity whatsoever. That's what kills everybody. Instead, I'm required to become an ascended master witch and learn. But I have to do it without going insane. So, find your bridges. I have only students. Find your bridges. So my first is doing A&R science at MIT and Harvard. My next is going to the FBI and working in the anti-sex crimes division or the psychic divisions in the FBI, chasing down sex criminals. That's a bridge that creates social connections that produces value. That keeps me from going crazy. The social connections are everything. The next is Aaron Sorkin and script writing. If I don't have Aaron Sorkin in my script writing agenda, I implode. So I have creative projects that keep me from going insane, like Aleister Crowley. I am going to write 5 movies because I'm a genius instead of implode and end up on the streets. Because I can save myself. So the blueberry tree is about getting grounded. I can save myself. So I find my Aaron Sorkin. He's a genius. Maybe he'll understand this. Maybe he'll want to understand it. So now I'm not freaking out in my isolation bubble. Next, Chris Pratt is my bridge. I'm talking to him every day in the astral planes. Instead of living in shame about my connection with him, he forced me to write it all down and publicize it from day one. Let me say this again. I lived in shame and isolation when I was forced to channel Elijah Wood for 10 years. And Chris Pratt came in and goes, absolutely not. I will force myself to understand, and I will do the Ravenclaw program with you. That's what he says in the astral planes. And he shows me everything. Shows me all of his weaknesses and concerns in the astral planes that need to be cleaned out, his genetics that need to be cleaned out. So just that, just a healing session bridge, a student bridge, a friend bridge, or even a romantic connection bridge. But even better, my archangel, Kamael M. He wants to show up for that job. Here's another bridge. Women's rights issues groups. I'm in Ravenclaw, so anything that is anti-sexual harassment, anti-rape, women's abuse shelters, I have services to provide them. I can donate my time or my energy. I can connect with those women and I can connect in those capacities. So I am not a violent person in that world. I am actually the feminist advocate that is helping them. I'm their friend. Maybe I'm their mentor. Maybe I'm the mentor that helps them speak truth. Maybe I'm a bit reckless about speaking truth because I'm Hermione, so I'm the really austere one, and I'm also kind of like Katniss, so I yell through the streets. So I'm a little bit more obscene or politically incorrect or undesirable to a cabal royal. But I can counsel women through their shame. I can counsel people through their victim issues or their prosecuting self-victim issues, whereas like they're the bad guy because they were raped. Those traps. So I can counsel people through those things that the spiritual people did. The spiritual people imprisoned victims into being bad. So if somebody raped you, it was your fault. You were the one doing it. So you're never like. So then the rapist is completely divorced of all their responsibilities, and it's a never-ending cycle of psychosis. All right, here's another. It absolutely is that in life. Period. The never-ending cycle of psychosis. So. Again, women's rights bridge. The people who did the She Said movie is a bridge. That's Ravenclaw. Next, Black Lives Matter. Bridge. That's not something to skirt around. It's actually a bridge. I have black friends. I have a lot of black friends. It's a bridge. So social weather issues is actually an investment or a bridge. XR is also a bridge. The next thing is, how do I bridge with my family? They refuse to talk to me. They do runarounds, and they use my boyfriend. They use my boyfriend, Simon, as a mediator. They will only talk through him to me. They refuse to talk to me. So they will refuse at all cost to intelligence, to humanity, to talk to me, and they will use him to do it instead. And it creates separations and divisions and illogic and the telephone game instead of communication and truth and reasonability. So it continues the cyclical abuse onto the children that I'd even want to be communicating with. Keeps them in a crazy-making prison where Auntie Ray Ray was starved to death by the family, and the family's going to pretend that the Auntie Ray Ray wasn't starved to death by the family. And then the family's going to pretend that everything is... Yep. They're also going to pretend Auntie Ray Ray is schizophrenic instead of Auntie Ray Ray is on the ascended master spectrum and does countless hours of educational trainment because it's in a Kabbalah class, and Kabbalah is outside their paradigm, so that's crazy. You're a crazy person. It's not like ethics, virtue training, and humanities knowledge, or even just mathematics. Common sense. Okay. All right, so find your bridges. If you can relate to this, that's good. All right, common goals. So now you have your bridges, so like FBI, MIT, Harvard, Sorkin, Chris Pratt, women's rights people, the CHESED people, the Black Lives Matter movement people, advocates, XR people. So I have bridges. Woofing. Woofing is a bridge. So now I'm like, you find your bridges and you seek for common goals. And mostly it's problem solving. Right now, like I have my common goals is the Archangel Kamael work, the ANR work, Ravenclaw genetics. So like MIT and Harvard would like to study the ANR work and how it changes the neural chemistry in the brain. They'll also enjoy doing the studies on the different brains, like the liver brain and the heart brain instead of just the gut brain, which is archaic and is like 20 years ago study. A stomach brain, a liver brain, a heart brain versus the gut brain. Do you understand? I have a common goal in progressive science and human physiology that MIT or Harvard would be interested in. So I'm not trapped. Ravenclaw genetics is another study. Here, common goals, just with Aaron Sorkin, the Tao, writing the Tao movie. Focuses on common goals of religious freedom and spiritual advancement in like hyper-authoritarian and dictatorship environments where they're actually like murdered for their philosophies or just wanting to do qigong. Yeah, it's schizophrenia on everybody else. Woohoo! All right, so other common goals is like children's Kabbalah integration. Maybe or just children's yoga integration. Yoga and meditation arts for children around the globe. So I have common goals at a low baseline level and at an intellectual authority level. And my brain is not psycho for thinking my hundreds of hours of writing down phrases is effective in neurological wiring and changing the physiology in the human genome. Period. Those are lifestyle epigenetic sciences. There is nothing better. People had sciences for just, will I create my goal more if I write it down once? So that was an entire science study. So definitely doing an entire ANR protocol, burning out the diseased demons in the neurological patterning in the mind thought imprints of an individual human on this planet is a huge science, and there will be a need for it and a desire for it. Okay. Einstein. Put yourself in the right bowl. Like you're Einstein. So people will treat you well when you put yourself in the right bowl, where you actually look like a genius instead of like a troll. So if I'm preaching Ravenclaw rhetoric and I am not around a bunch of other Ravenclaw type people, I'm gonna look crazy and undesirable. Period. That's Chris Pratt also. He's around a bunch of Hollywood trolls, and he's actually a genius. He's a very, very articulate old soul, and he's hypersensitive, and he doesn't even talk. He put himself around a bunch of idiots instead of a bunch of Ravenclaw millennials. You see that? People will treat him well. There'll be no worst Chris. Like, that wouldn't exist. It would be like, it wouldn't be best Chris either. Like, it would be like, why worst Chris at a baseline with proper analysis surrounding it. Gross. News people are dumb. Some news people are good. Some news people are good. Maybe I have some bridges in the news world, hopefully, because I'm Hermes. I'm supposed to own the news world. I'm the god of news. Period. All right, so put yourself in the right bowl. Proper contexts. Always left seeking if not. Okay. If you're a genius and you're at art school and everything sucks and you don't even know what major you should major in, you're in the wrong bowl. You're always going to be left seeking if you don't put yourself in the right bowl. You're always going to feel left behind if you do not put yourself in the right bowl. So, until I force myself to come out publicly as Hermione Granger and as Lucifer's best friend, I was putting myself in the wrong bowl. So Marshall Mathers' secret best friend. That was the wrong bowl. I was trying to accommodate everybody's fallacies around my appearance. Or like why I run dark femme. Or why I'm kind of blunt. Or think I'm smart. Ooh. How dare I? So when I'm like, I'm Hermes, then I'm in the right bowl. Now my clothes fit. Now my skin fits. Now people can understand why I say what I say. Now people can understand why I even look like I look. Or why I don't care about wearing makeup. Or why I'm attitude-y instead of yeah. I don't mean to negate the sound Om from the primordial sound meditation frequencies. Like, I understand that they're important, but there's also like a level of, you forgot the root chakra. Unless you're a really talented monk that sits in the Himalayas and is like hired by Meditative Mind to do it. And then you're God. That's God to me. It's wonderful. Okay. I said S&M and Patty. BuzzFeed, Fender, Full Power, Kabbalah teacher. Okay. S&M and Patty. So I worked for somebody who was an S&M person, and they were like a spiritual person, but like an S&M person. And I forget why I'm talking about this, but it's hyper contextual to like negate S&M from the spiritual world. The S&M community isn't spiritual at all. They don't exist. Like there isn't a bridge connection. So there's definitely a lot of bridge connections. BuzzFeed. When I put myself in a BuzzFeed, I was like, yeah, I'm a recruiting coordinator. But I went and I decided to teach people athletics after work every day. And that's really where I was in the right bowl because I'm a drill sergeant. And so we would do Absplosion because I'm a drill sergeant. And people would like me and they would treat me well when we would do the athletics after the program. And people liked me because of those experiences. They would enjoy looking forward to the things that I had to offer, so they would treat me well. While I was at Buzz, that was when people would treat me well. Fender, people would treat me well. I had full autonomy over an international rollout, and I was like 30. I mastered a software, and I mastered how to like implement it into a Fortune 500 company, and I was given full autonomy over a 6-month interim to build out so I took charge and I ran with it and it was successful. And I took 100% responsibility for it and it went pretty well. It was the first time I ever did anything like that. It was super stressful. But I did not have the level of mental acuity that I have today, but I did have enough. So I put myself in the right context to thrive, and then people treated me well. I was at Huge, and I was in the wrong position. I should have been an office manager. I should have been something that I wasn't drowning in, and then people treated me bad. I was a resource manager and I didn't understand the resources or the current tech business. I didn't understand the UX department resources versus the digital tech. I did not quantum get it at a deep masterful level, and I wasn't even properly trained in it. So people treated me bad, except for a few people. And that was the head of tech, because he spoke logically, he had a high IQ, and he was a problem solver, and that's how he treated me well, because that's how I treated him. People thought he had Asperger's, and really, we connected just fine. Because we were logical and intuitive, like at a logical, pragmatic level. Because we wanted to get the job done instead of talk. So there's a lot of violence surrounding that, is that the companies are overly social instead of productive. So the productive people are now treated bad. Okay, so Huge didn't treat me well. The boss treated me fine. But they're socially. All right, so Kabbalah teacher. People treat me well as a Kabbalah teacher. I invest everything in my students. My students are there. They take class for years. It's not a 1-year tree climb. It could be 1 year. It could be 4 years. I give people the appropriate time and allowance. 1 separate up the tree is 2 days of class. They come and they meet me, and I always have a clean home and a clean temple, and I am fruitful in giving them material. I am not stingy. We are always emptying our cups, and we're always learning and providing for each other. So my students treat me well. My Kabbalah students treat me well. When I'm in an emergency, They come and get me. They're my friends instead of my cattle that I roll out. I don't become overly friendly with them. There are still healthy boundaries. But there is a close emotional connection that goes and turns into family. Instead of, I do not exploit them and I'm not a cattle driver. So people treat me well in that, these are the people who treat me well. Okay. Period. I am good at teaching Kabbalah. I am also very empathetic towards personal students. Kelly invests a lot of time and energy in the class. She's always on Facebook sending me messages, and we're always incommunicado with each other. And she can share her visions of thoughts. And I'm available for that. Reliance. All right, so we went through Einstein. Put yourself in the right bowl. We're going to talk about 2 more right bowls. Spielberg. So I'm really big into the idea of script writing. So another right bowl is Aaron Sorkin's writer room. Script writing, I'm hyper political and I'm type A and I can work at his speed. I can probably outwrite him in some capacities in many different subjects. And vice versa. So it's a teamwork. The other is legal. Spielberg is telling me in the astroplanes all day long to go be a lawyer. And he actually said it once, and I totally was like, no. And then he said it again, and he showed me why. And I said, yes. And then I decided criminal prosecutor in 5 seconds. Because I've always been a criminal prosecutor. In the inside. On the inside, and I negated going to law school, and that was stupid. And I didn't go to law school because I got bad grades because I grew up in a home with Anastasia and Roselda trying to kill me with an evil stepmother who was my mother. Around with a bunch of people and narcissists at my high school that also wanted to kill me and force me to commit suicide or try to. So I didn't go to law school because that was my high school. But now I'm healed and I'm very attuned to self-education. So now the idea about going and starting from scratch at Harvard is nothing because I'm at Ravenclaw vibes. It's nothing. The idea about going to law school is fucking nothing. When I was in high school, the idea was, there is no way, maybe I'll go become a chef. I was the highest in my class up until high school. And then I didn't flunk out, but I was definitely beaten out. So put yourself in the right law school. Criminal prosecutor. Excellent. That's how I get all my Katniss aggression out onto the world. It's being the nail in the hammer woman. I will create law. Easily. Okay, reliance. People treat me well. All right. There's nobody here. So, PEMS, physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual. Who do I depend on physically? Oh, God. What kind of reliance, I'm living on the reliance of other people physically. What does that do to how they treat me? How does that make me treat them? This is a huge issue. This is an inventory thing. All right, emotionally, how does that set me up for failure? If I'm physically dependent on somebody, or even emotionally dependent on somebody, how is that setting me up for failure? When I am not self-reliant, so people will treat me better when I'm more self-reliant versus reliant on anybody else. That's a law of nature. That's a painful, painful, hard law. Believe me. That's like being a teenager being told that you have to pay your own bills and go to Harvard. That's almost impossible. But I understand. And then you get out of Harvard and you can go work at Starbucks. And then you can barely afford to live in a tent city. That exists. I don't know about Harvard, but I know there's like 30 people that went to Stanford that are at tent cities in Southern California. Now you have to look at who do I depend on the grid system. What governments am I depending on? What's the current mode? Like what FBI am I depending on to make sure I can even put a brick forward to stand on, to put another brick forward, to pave a new path for a new future in the light of God. Breathe. Instead of saying, how does that set me up for failure? How does that set me up for success? And how do I accommodate for their needs? How do I, if I'm depending on somebody, how do I accommodate for their needs? And put as least strain on them as possible. Period. Because we're co-creating a new future. Blindly. With humanity as our guide. Reliance, mentally. Okay, who do I rely on mentally? So emotionally, who I did rely on emotionally was Charlie and Lucifer, which is Marshall and John. I also kind of relied on Isla and McKenna emotionally, but not in a psycho way. More in a, I will die for you. I am your loving auntie and I know exactly I will even leave the scenario to do it. I am your loving auntie, and I know exactly what you guys face in the future, and this is my job. This is my responsibility, and I will train you guys up, and I will empower you to the utmost ability and respect that I have. So, mentally, who do I depend on? Oh, God. Oh, Dessa. So, mentally... Odessa, Lucifer, Marshall, Dragon Law. Let me say this again. There are mathematical principles in Dragon Law that actually are impactful in paving the way of the future. And then there's Chris Pratt. Holy, I did not know how much Chris Pratt would shape my paradigm with his intellectual authority and teachings. I did not know I would become mentally dependent on his intuitions or insights. God. He's PETA. He's Aries. He's Aries Targaryen. So he's Aries. The god. Okay, so these are people like Kelly. I am reliant on Kelly mentally, especially building out Ravenclaw. Very few times does Jamie Bell come through and offer me 500 teachings or 500 instructions for building out Ravenclaw. But Kelly definitely does, at least in the astral planes. And she does weird shit she does weird things in the real world. And my brain doesn't compute it or didn't connect the dot, and I realized how genius it was. Because she does things on subconscious subtext. Who am I dependent on mentally? I'm also dependent on mirror prism mathematics and to-do lists and schedules and astrology, astrological weather patterns, and the moon cycles. I am dependent on that. That is my friend. Oh my goodness, look what moon it is. Look what the moon's doing. Oh, this is my schedule for this month. That is what I am mentally dependent on now. How wonderful. It's liberating. There's also Baba G that gave the Ravenclaw reading list. I'm also mentally dependent on the reading list on my to-do list. So that's anti-psycho. I might be a loner. I might have autism. I might be austere and undesirable in a social context or capacity, but I'm still in the anti-psycho world. And maybe I have a lot of depth and a lot of humanity. Okay, who do I depend on spiritually? Odessa. Let me say this again. Sometimes Isla will come through and then I will self-sacrifice to save her. So that's a form of spirituality for me. Because she's Genora, okay? But most of the time it's Odessa coming through with 50 layers of teaching where I have to self-sacrifice my own ego just to do what Odessa says. So when Odessa has an instruction, she says to do it 10 times harder or way more methodical or mathematical or like, this is trashy or lazy or imperfect, that I'm like spiritually dependent on her guidance and understanding why her levels of austerity are alpha, because she is definitely maleficent. But she is the apex ballerina instructor. And so therefore I am still thus bound to self-educate, to understand her. When I understand her, my life gets better. Let me say this again. The more I understand Bina or Odessa, the more my life gets better. The next is God. I'm like, so then you go, what is God? And then you go, God is this. Like Odessa plus Lucifer plus the Archangel, like plus Isla, plus McKenna, plus Chris Pratt. Plus everybody in the God world doing the teamwork, and then the X factor unknown on top of it. So it's the collective intelligence of forward moving team plus an X factor of unknown collective intelligence. So that's God. There's a bunch of ascended masters that are archangels, or ascended masters and archangels, plus Mother Earth. Then you go plus the astrological weather, plus, yeah, so that's God. So that's just a mathematical, pragmatic God. So God exists because God's within me. I'm here to serve. And then when I get together with other people in the like forward progressive movements of humanities, then, then that's definitely God. And then there's still bigger levels of God. All right, who else do I depend on? Spiritually is the tree of life. It is the archaic Hermetic Kabbalah tree, or just that. Ooh, how dare you look at a study of thought analysis and life to look at human genetics and behavioral sciences. How dare you? Spiritually. Gross. All right, page 2. Maybe we'll go faster here. People treat me well. Healthy boundaries. So Lady Elena, or Grandmother Yu, goes, those with the best boundaries have the most power. So honestly, the healthier the boundaries you have, the healthier the boundaries that you have, the better that people treat you. This is not allowed. Now this is what's called cock blocking. When you go, I want to smoke for the rest of my life and develop cancer. That's my boundary. I deserve it. I have free will. Okay, so that's psycho. That's not a healthy boundary. That's a defense mechanism to keep an attachment that is counterproductive to all human rationality. Healthy boundary is, I don't want to get raped. A healthy boundary is, I want to be healthy, fit, and thin. A healthy boundary is, I want to youth and age with grace. A healthy boundary is, I want to pray. I want to do my A&R work. A healthy boundary is, I want to be able to think freely and philosophize and second guess and go to third guess, fourth people, 5 people, and the intellectual authority surrounding all of these topics, and develop an entire book surrounding this topic. That's a healthy boundary. Healthy boundary is, I don't want to have to pay for my education when I'm completely dependent on a societal cultural norm, and I'm also bound to the slavery of it. That is not an entitlement, that's an actual right. I am entitled, I have the right to be educated. Well, I have the right to be well educated. Healthy boundaries that I have the right to vote and not be disenfranchised based off my skin color or my sex or my agenda. Healthy boundary is I have the right to drink clean water. I have the right to swim in an ocean not filled with plastic. I have the right to eat a cow that was not toxic and filled with ecological disease. These are healthy boundaries. I have the right to not have my backyard dumped in with trash. I have the right to pick up litter and make a glitter wand and make a political statement with it also as a form of prayer. I have the right to be heard. I have the right to educate others based off of humanities principles and higher philosophical concept analysis, instead of social norms, standard status quo. These are healthy boundaries. Do you see how it's not counterproductive? I have the right, I have the healthy boundary of expression instead of rigid, narcissistic, forced NVC communication. I can be creative and write a script and turn it into a work of art to communicate or relay my message. I can have angry people or paint thrown on a wall instead of being socialized. I have the freedom of expression and emotion. So that's a healthy boundary. I have the right to buy the highest CRI return purchases in the organics markets instead of being lied to by governments or by corporations that shortcut. I have the rights to that's a healthy boundary. I have the right to education surrounding all the products that I am purchasing. That's a healthy boundary. A healthy boundary is not, I do not want to read a book to learn about what my child does all day long. That is them being a psycho. So like where your mother is Petunia Dudley or Dursley. We have a witch in the family, so I will never read anything. So that's not a healthy boundary. So that they can protect their narcissistic ego agenda. That's not a healthy boundary. Pardon. So you guys have the right to not be yelled at in my Kabbalah class. That's a healthy boundary. Understood. Can you imagine if I was making it super personal on you? Like I was actually your empathetic Kabbalah teacher with you in person and yelling at you in person? No. Because this is very depersonalized and is an unrehearsed improv general statement about a concept or an idea, and it's non-filtered. Yay! So maybe she likes us. I'm just like a drill sergeant. Get over it. Okay, healthy boundaries. So I wrote the article, Bitch's Guide to Dragon Queen Doom. That was the first sign of me setting my first major healthy boundary. It was the first time I was saying anything of substance besides what I communicated in a Kabbalah class. And it upset a lot of people, especially in my circle. Healthy boundary. Prove value system. Cat. So your value system, like you have to prove your value system. So you assert your boundaries and you develop healthy boundaries. So you don't say, I have these boundaries. This already feels really weak. I already know this. Proving your value system is everything in your healthy boundaries. So when you say, I would rather roll over and die than do that one thing, and then you do that one thing, that's not your healthy boundary. So you have to prove your value system where you go, yeah, I'm against my own self. Oh no, that's a failure. Hello, how dumb. That's okay, F. Try again. All right. Heighten educational authority. The more educational authority that I possess, the stronger my healthy boundaries can become. Let me say this again. The stronger the educational authority that I currently possess, the stronger and the better my healthy boundaries can become. My boundaries can become exceptional when I become a criminal prosecutor and study at Harvard Law. And then can you imagine with MIT A&R Science? And what if I studied medical school afterwards? My boundaries can become exceptional. I lack healthy boundaries concerning lack of education. Where I did not know specific things like Udemy existed for Adobe Illustrator and Photoshop tutorials for very I did not know those tutorials were available. I lacked healthy boundaries surrounding how I dealt with clients who needed Adobe Illustrator work. And I didn't have the training or capacity to develop the healthy boundaries with my own client because I didn't have the best education available. How dumb. And I can go on to Udemy and pay $20 and then my boundaries level increases tenfold. I'm doing Aaron Sorkin's masterclass and I'm downloading his program psychically, how to do his masterclass and write scripts with him psychically because of the educational authority, and that increases my boundaries a lot. I now will not roll with the, like, it's Aaron Sorkin level. That's my boundary. Or better, because of my education. Not because of self-grandirized narcissism. It's education. Next. My boundaries increase just based off of fashion authority. Let me say this again. I am not trailer trash. I look good. I dress well when I want to. I can walk into a room and steal it. But no matter what celebrity is there, I am ISIS. I am a fashion authority. My page looks good. My page is a Guggenheim for artwork. In relation to spiritual concept, oh, I just lowered the boundary. Blah. My fashion authority, the way I present myself, my air, increases my healthy boundaries. My elegance, my Pinterest backboard increases my healthy boundaries. The images I put on my website or my Facebook increases my healthy boundaries. I look A. I stay fit. I stay healthy. I increase my hygiene. I take care of myself even if I'm dressed in sweats. It's fashionable sweats. It's statement. And that increases my healthy boundaries. I am aware. Need to brush my teeth twice a day. That increases my healthy boundaries. Shockingly, that is 100% accurate. When I go around knitting, I go around with the ribbons not looking like a psychopath, like gritting up blood spatters. I go around knitting up flower patterns. Because what I'm presenting is non-antagonistic. It increases my healthy boundaries. When I do things like slay a tree, it decreases my healthy boundaries. When I do things like litter pickup, it increases my healthy boundaries. People come up to me and thank me while I am at Hyde Park because I'm there picking up litter like a civilian doing something nice. That increases the healthy boundaries. All right. People treat me well, A&R work. I do not need to publicize my A&R work daily, night and day, to everybody in infinity. I have to do my A&R work every day for infinity. The normal populace is too outside the norm to do A&R work. I will never talk about my A&R work. It is like a script I am not allowed to show when I am an actress. I am not allowed to go onto stage dressed in sweats, non-rehearsed or non-makeuped. My A&R work is my daily regiment of training and self-conditioning, and I do not need to announce it to anybody, ever. It's publicly available via my Facebook and word of mouth and the class. That is lovely, unless I'm getting death threats, and then I will put it on a public platform as a religious persecution and hate crime. Absolutely. And I will go to the FBI and train them myself in the A&R work to even get them to understand why I would receive 500 death threats because of it. Period. My A&R work is mandatory. My energy field is stuck where my last pages were written. People treat me as the last page that I wrote. People treat me at the level as the last A&R page that I wrote. Let me say this again. My energy field is stuck at the last page that I wrote. People treat me at the last page I wrote. So whatever A&R pages I am not doing is self-sabotage. My sponsor dragons are stuck at the last page I wrote for them. They are limited to what I did and do. So my A&R work is mandatory. My sponsor dragons are my best friends. Let me say this again. I probably have an FBI agent that's one of my sponsor dragons. That's my best friend. And I have to do their A&R work. And I don't even know who this person is. 100%. It's like, it's a blind love. It's a soul love, though. Okay. People treat me well. Mutual respect, fair give, fair return. Okay. Take yourself out of all context. You will only receive the respect you give from their point of view. Let me say this again. Mutual respect, fair give, fair return. You will only receive the respect you give from their point of view. A tree can give its life to educate, heal, and oxygenate a planet, and somebody will slaughter it. Okay, so it's not from the tree's point of view. It's from the offender's point of view. That's the law. That's a law. You need to master this law. Jesus, do this. Jesus, do that. Jesus, heal my friend. Jesus, I need this. Jesus, do this. Jesus, I want this. Jesus, this. Jesus, that. Jesus, I need this. Jesus, I want that necklace. Jesus, oh my God, the secret exists. Jesus, teach me this. You will only receive the respect that you give from their point of view. So if Jesus doesn't give all of those things, they perceive it as disrespectful and will murder Jesus. And that's what happened in the past many times. Do not pray to Jesus for anything, obviously. Pray to become an ascended master and do it yourself, and then ask Jesus to help you to do that. Because that's a self-reliant person who's a human and respects what Jesus has to offer, which is education and wisdom. You will only receive the respect you give from their point of view. If their point of view is this big and all you do is give, you're only going to, at the most, receive this much respect from them. Somebody says they gave their life. They know that that's the real world. Yeah. And it's emotionally very challenging to wrap one's head around. It's heartbreaking also. But this preps you to be able to actually handle real Ravenclaw level Ascended Master. So there's a gift in it that you'll be appreciated from somebody on the other side that has that same experience. So this preps us for the next gateway, which is I am double zero. I am double nothing up front. I am self-reliant on my own ability to self-reduce to the level where they'll see me as nothing, even if I'm everything. me say that again. Even if I am everything, they will see me as nothing, and I will self-reduce to that level. So then I do not get emotionally caught up in the dramas. And that's an unfair exchange, but those are not your friends, those are your students. Those are the people you're going to service and educate and become a tutor for. Okay. I have fruit. So when you give them their fruit, then they might eat their fruit, and then they might like the fruit that they ate at a baseline. And so that's that fair give, fair return. I speak honestly. Okay, so people treat me well when I speak honestly. It's better when I come from a very heartfelt, wise level than an angry, self-righteous, entitled level. But still, both can be effective. Respect is given with honesty over time. Maybe not up front, but over time, honesty promotes health. So when I'm like, I didn't speak honestly with Star almost ever. I tried. When I tried to speak honestly, that was me asserting my healthy boundaries and expecting Art and Star to treat me well. They refused, and that's okay. The point was that I was respectful to myself in those moments, and then maybe I move on. I definitely take a pay cut, and I definitely lose like a security net, but still it's important. And then maybe you can recover losses financially and recover losses socially in those spaces. Yeah. I speak honesty. So if Star is attacking me in the astral planes, I didn't hide it, I exposed it. I sent her a million warning emails, and then I just started exposing it online. Same thing with Elijah Wood. When he was attacking me endlessly, like he was Kylo Ren. When we were going into the underworld, and he was attacking me endlessly like he was Kylo Ren. I'm speaking honest. I'm like, here, this is what is the Akasha. I'm not really filtering the Akasha. Maybe I'm dumbing it down a little bit. Maybe I'm taking out some of the swear words. Maybe Facebook froze and cut me out because it was too honesty. So they're like that level of filter. But for the most part, I am relaying the Akasha. So that engenders people treating me better than people going poo-poo for the long haul. Maybe not up front. Maybe up front, a lot of people unfriend me. Maybe a bunch of people jump in. Maybe up front I get a phone call or a message because people understand where I am at, and they also understand their own Akasha, and they empathize with where I'm at because they're going through the similar. And so there's a support. The support system. So So, like, if I hid all of my stuff from Kelly wouldn't treat me as well. Let me say this again. If I pretended like all of these things, these messages didn't exist, Kelly wouldn't treat me as well. Kelly trusts me more because I'm post-honest, even if it's unattractive. And it's very unattractive. I use words that nobody wants to deal with. Absolutely. Okay. People treat me well. Diplomacy and soft skills. The Tower of Babel. So I exist in a system where also the Cabal exists, and they want to kill the Ascended Masters. So I have to deal with that. I have to deal with a bunch of hierarchical, dogmatic royals and our government system humans that have very actual depth and don't represent their constituents, and they don't represent the actual human justice system, and they break laws, and they're hypocrites, and they're hiding a lot of crimes, and they know I'm psychic. They're hiding their own pedophilia. They're hiding they have, and they're hiding their money laundering, and they're hiding their drugs, and they're hiding a lot of their own illegality, criminal behaviors. Okay, so diplomacy and soft skills are required. How to win friends and influence people. I need to be of service to everybody. I will forgive. Mandatory. I cannot hold them or other people to improbable or impossible standards. Let me say this again. I exist 7 paradigms outside of the human norm. I cannot hold a planet or people to impossible or improbable standards. What I can do is hold a gate, say you can enter through that gate at this standard. You understand? I cannot hold other people to improbable or impossible standards. So what I am bound to do is provide steps and staircases for others based off of their current levels or limits. I am mandatorily required to do that. That is how to win friends and influence people. The opposite of doing that is leaving them desperate and then alienated. I've now alienated an entire populace. If I have a general attitude of seeking understanding, over the long, like that's my general space. Over the long haul, I am more successful in my outcomes. I will have a general attitude of seeking understanding. So that means also seeking education. Again, the more education I receive, the better people treat me. Okay, responsibility. Mirror work. Let's say I'm in Ravenclaw. They know literally nothing more, and they do not know better. I exist 7 paradigms outside the human norm. I know how much I do not know. I know I have no head because I'm in Ravenclaw. So I know they have no head. And they do not have the educational or mental authority. They do not have the problem solving. So the mirror work needs to be done. I need to understand that the people I am talking to or condemning, they do not know literally anything more. And they do not know better. If they knew better, they might have chosen a different path or a different outcome. I know how humble I am, how imperfect I am. I know how much I don't know any better. So I know that everyone I talk to on this planet doesn't know any better either. And when I know that they don't know any better, when that's my mental thought pattern, you guys don't know any better, it opens a space of forgiveness where I might have the chance to educate them with a cool teaching that they're not disgusted by. So it provides a bridge. Maybe I have a soft skill to relay a message or communicate a teaching that is beyond their current paradigm. But maybe I come up with a movie like The Matrix and they watch The Matrix and they go, I can understand that. They do not know better. If they knew better, they might have chosen a different outcome. When I understand that they do not know better, I can forgive them, and then I can thus provide them maybe a better path. And maybe I'll do something like cook them a treat to expose them to a new recipe. It could be just that small or that easy. It could be I just picked up the trash. Maybe I develop a technology. They do not know better. And so I am required to educate them and all the pressure's on me, but maybe it's really easy. And maybe it's fun. And maybe I can deliver the message like I can with a child or a teenager. Same thing. Co-interest and creative futures. Co-vision. Okay. Where is Dan Barber and Ted? I have a co-interest and a co-vision with Dan Barber. Easily. I also have a co-interest and co-vision with Ted or TEDx. 100%. There's no separation. Biggest Little Farm People. Same. Laszlo Block. Humanity books read. Just something as simple as that. How do I treat people well in the human sciences, in the employment market? These people know better, and I have authority in many topics and food for them. I have assets and material that all of them want and desire. So they'll treat me well. Okay, weak bridges. This is like using my children as a bridge. So like Island McKenna are not my bridge to Spielberg or Elijah. But they have their own relationships with Spielberg and Elijah. Desperate measures. So my real weak bridge to Elijah was Marshall. That was also weak. That was crazy. That's for desperate measures. So don't use my archangel children to bridge. I'm using my archangel children to save themselves. Let me say that again. I'm using my archangel children in mathematical formulas so that they can save themselves. Because they're trapped in a mirror prism. And they require hyper intelligent standards that transcend the everyday norm. Okay, another weak bridge is FBI SMINT reporting. So when I report all the SMINT on my Facebook, that's not a bridge. I can go into the FBI and go, here's all this weird evidence that I'm collecting as a report. But that's not a bridge. A bridge with the FBI would be a co-creative future or agenda of me building a relationship, working with them as an educational platform. In training on how to handle SMINT, that's going to be a new thing. Sminting that's going to be a thing for the future. So we would develop it's a co-learning environment because we don't know what we're walking into, and it's a completely new paradigm. Period. So my SMINT reporting is cool, but do you see how oh, I just made a post. That's my bridge. The FBI is not going to treat me well because I make a post based off of my SMINT reporting. They're going to treat me well when I am invested with them for a long haul. And we have an educational system. Okay, filled cups fallacy. It is from my overflowing cup that I can give. It is from my overflowing cup that I can give. So let me say that if people don't have an overflowing cup of something, then I am never allowed to ask, depend, or need or want it. Let me say this again. It is from my overflowing cup that I can give or produce. So it's from my lack of overflowing cup. I can't give a lot of money right now, and I can't give a lot of I'm not going to give you guys a bunch of beauty tips, but I'll give you health and lifestyle and mental concept analysis and lifestyle. There is the Kabbalah instructions and overflowing cup, all the Ravenclaw laws and tutorials, the blueberry trees. This is an overflowing cup. It's not an overflowing cup. I have a whole basket over here, and it's not overflowing yet. So that. I cannot give people what I do not have. People treat me well based off of the overflow that I produce. The overflow that I produce, which is education. Humanities education, lifestyle education, philosophical education, spiritual education. Spiritual integration education. I don't have my scripts yet, so I can't be treated well because of my scripts. I don't have my books yet, so I can't be treated well because of my books. I have my videos on my posts on Facebook. And then I have my daily agenda of like yelling up at the sky, which is productive or counterproductive. We do not know yet. Right now, silence is golden. Ooh, and then is that the status quo? And so we have to think about that. So, all right. Filled cups fallacy. I think I have a full overflowing cup, and what I really have is not that much. And I'm at Ravenclaw, and I'm doing I have an abundance of A&R pages, and I could do 10 times more. There. Friend or professional interest viewing? Okay. I've been going to the Barbican or classical music venues. I went and saw Isada. She is lovely. She's interesting and super talented, and I'm not a fan of the music that she is playing, but I like her. And I have an investment in producing better music and to compose a 10-piece instead of an 8-piece. And she's playing on 8 pieces, and she's a 10-piece player, and I have the mental authority and capacity to do that. So now I have a friend or a professional interest. So we both have a professional interest, and maybe Isada will become my friend down the road. Just because I went to see her play at the Barbican. And I possess the level of intelligence to be able to offer Isada something like a 10-piece Rachmaninoff down the road. Because I am a Ravenclaw. And my brain works in a very heightened intellectual space. And I can download music from the ethers that are at the level of Rachmaninoff. It might take me 10 years, 20 years, 30 years to do, and that's just fine. It's the same. But the point is fact is that my brain and my soul and my body could do that. And I know that, and it could be very easy. And that's like how an ascended master thinks. That's grounded. That's a grounded thing. So when I click on play on masterclass, I make a new friend. And when I go to the Barbican and I watch Isada play on the piano, I go, there's my new friend. Instead of, oh, I have no friends and that woman's too good for me. Like what? Like how? I'm gonna compose her a 10-piece. And that's because I developed myself to be able to perform at that level. And that keeps people like Isada is not a victim, and I'm not a victim. That's a weirdo woman, and I'm a weirdo, and we can connect in classical music theory and do something brilliant in a long haul. So, like Chris Voss, same thing. I watch his masterclass, and there's my friend and trainer. And maybe I'm going to script write with them. Whoa. And that's what's coming in the astroplanes. And I can just write the script for what Chris Voss sends me in the astroplanes and see how much he attunes to it in the physical world. Because he's the one writing it in the astroplanes, he's probably going to be the one that's the most receptive to receiving it. Both him and Aaron Sorkin. Cool. Next thing, like old master contracts. Here are some of the ascended masters that are reincarnated through history was Misty Copeland, Emma Watson, Spielberg, Sorkin, Kelly, Saima, Gurumai, Marshall Mathers, and some of my other top sponsored dragons. So here is this is my list of friends, and like they're all people, and now I have things to give them, and they're masters, and I am a master. Yay, that's simple. I have businesses, logos, designs, fruitful businesses like organics and higher class fashion. Organic makeup, that doesn't even look like makeup. Or stage makeup, that's very good quality. Egyptian bathhouse. Oh, and just more scripts and yeah. So like, I'm hearing Monica Potter should have been in that. In that section. Okay. People treat me well. Okay, the romance and the law of expectation. Okay, so I am Hermione. Expect nothing but the beast. Hermione is dealing with the beast, and then everybody is. So Dot, and my true love partner, is plain and simple. Yeah, it's a $2 cup full. It's a fallacy. It's $2, a cheap way to say it. So $2 cup, or unless it's not. Maybe it's $2 because I don't need to spend a lot because it's actually true love. So right now I'm getting really vague and emotional, and I don't even want to do that. So we're not going to talk about this too much. But the point is that I do not invest in a relationship that does not fit my mold, and it is not in like a true love space. The law of expectation. Setting up expectations ahead of time. Gentle feeding pools. Posting and invite posting. Okay, so this is out of the romance space. So now we're at a different thought concept. Okay, so now we're just at the law of expectations. Setting up expectations ahead of time. I am a dragon queen. Boom. I am Hermione Granger. Boom. Okay. So now you cannot use that against me. You can, but there's punishment or consequence. Now you're the psycho and I'm the genius. Because you tried to change me or correct me. Because I set my expectation up here. Oh, God. Is that everything? Me with my FBI hat. Setting up expectation. I set my expectation ahead of time, knowing I'm going to be a target no matter what. I calculate who I am and what I'm going to be and what I'm going to stand for, and then I set it like a ninja. It's mandatory. It's everything. If I set my expectation to be a personal assistant and I go into a company, they're probably never going to upgrade me. They're probably never going to give me a promotion. I set my expectation as that personal assistant. Ooh, that's nasty. If I go in to a company as the autonomous Hierophant authority for a software developing, and I'm the boss of this entire international rollout program, and even if I'm at a Fortune 500 company and everybody has like 30 years of experience on me, and I'm like, so if I set my expectation that I am 100% responsible, self-reliant, and indulgent in things like success and problem solving and taking care of my clients, then that is what they're going to expect. Setting the expectations ahead of time. We did not know Ravenclaw would take 15 years to build. The minute we found out, we were like, it's going to take 15 to 20 years to build. A&R work alone, just based off the need. The minute we found out that is going to be a 7th house NetSoc requirement, that was said, posted, and that was it. Because I know it equals a bullet sometimes in response. So when you set your expectation, it's a ninja move. Boom. How do you do it gracefully? And for me, it was just post. Like, this is this is a safe zone. Maybe I'm not going to get hurt or punished because I posted on Facebook. Thank God. Maybe when I make my video, it sets an expectation. It's like genius. Gentle feeding pools. Okay. So these are my gentle feeding pools, are my YouTube stream or my Facebook. It is not in other people's way. Let me say this again. I'm not standing outside with a giant sign yelling in people's faces like a protester. I'm not against that. But I need to develop much more effective and softer feeding pools for the levels of boundaries and the concerns that we're dealing with. Oh my God. So I have to be 100% sensitive to the psychosis surrounding everybody and all of this response just by being traumatized by the subject material. Not to mention, they're all ego agenda wrapped up in their own spiritual dogmas and cult philosophies. The world is in a spiritual psychosis, and I'm gonna give Goodney $5,000 for a Kabbalah class because he's the authority, and I'm gonna kill everybody who's competing with him. So that exists. So gentle feeding pools is friend, post, word of mouth dispersion, societal integration, Video. Oh, Kabbalah people can watch just one video and they can like it or not, like, or watch another one or not, whatever. And then I'll have a book. I'll have my mainstream book, which will look like Malcolm Gladwell's book. And then I'll have my Kabbalah book, and they'll be very different. One will be built like some things that, like anybody who would read a Malcolm Gladwell book would write. And it would be based on the CRI analysis. So something he'd be interested in maybe co-writing with me. Who knows? Seriously. And then the other is my Kabbalah book. So those are gentle feeding pools. So I can set expectations where it's not harmful as a backlash. They can read it, they cannot read it, they can digest the topic, and then they can think about it, and then they can approach me down the road. I know I have to set a lot of boundaries and a lot of ascension protocol. And I have to create a working universal system on a planet where it's just everybody's fighting and at war with each other, just in a high school. So definitely in the macrocosm sense. So how do I create a unified model system that would be working? And then how do I set all those boundaries? Because it's against Goodney Goodnesson's will and he will kill me. Because I'm demonic. Yeah. Yeah. The cult brain so when we create and set up the expectations ahead of time and we create the gentle feeding pools, this can also increase with television programming that's educated. Let me say this again. It's not brainwashing, because it's me getting together with Chris Voss and Aaron Sorkin to educate people. Yeah, like empathy education training, but with like an entertainment vibe, so you learn it in a different context. So you learn it as a byproduct because the TV show is surrounding that subject, and so you think about that and you meditate on it. Also movies and music and then plays. So art's a really great way to come through to create gentle feeding pools of intelligence so that you can digest it. All right, so A&R work, Hollywood. So how do I get Hollywood to do their A&R work? So creating the scripts and the production company that hires people that would do their own A&R work. And, oh wait, developing some of the science model at MIT maybe before so that we could even create a small like giveaway idea of like why you would do that to begin with. And maybe it's proven already just a little bit like, and that might be just like the Slytherin version. Who knows? Setting law of expectations for the A&R work is a really big thing because it's going to be mandatory for all the Adam Cadman species. Let me say this again. The ANR work will be mandatory for all the Adam Cadman Ascended Master species. An Ascended Master does not need to be nagged, negated, criticized, or ridiculed to do ANR work, because an Ascended Master would understand the thought concepts and importance surrounding the ANR work. They would understand the principles, why we even do it to begin with, and maybe they would upgrade it instead of poo-poo. It's just that. They would improve it based off of higher levels of understanding instead of, so that an Ascended Master doesn't negate. They seek to understand why that would even be created to begin with. Okay, so how do I set up a feeding pool of ANR work besides of the videos and the Hollywood? So there's that. How do I set up a feeding pool? Like, who am I? I'm going to set my law of expectation. We already talked about that. Who my nieces are. My nieces are children Ascended Masters, and they're not even trained yet. So how do I even educate my family that those girls are supernatural and spiritual? And they can talk to me in the astral planes and offer me wisdom and insight all day long. How do I do that? So I have to set up a gentle feeding pool surrounding that. Who I am listening to. So people present Lucifer as a psycho goat man, or like satanic instead of grounded, or can deal with the hell worlds. So if I'm listening to Archangel Lucifer, how do I even present that or set the expectation of the definition surrounding Lucifer? Because he's toothless. He's like the smartest, nicest, fastest, funniest thing on the planet. He's one of the most reliable archangels on the planet. He's Archangel Lucifer. Period. He's also Anubis. So how do I set up that gentle feeding pool? So my website's a very gentle feeding pool as well. The videos are posted with orcas on them. So I'm setting up the expectation just as a basis that you have to connect to an orca just to click yes to watch a video. Let me say this again. To want to click on the video, like you see the orcas on the video tags. Maybe you don't. Maybe it's got a play button on the top of it, but maybe you know it's the orcas. But you'd have to vibe at an orca to even click yes. So the way I display my product line is anti-antagonistic. The orcas are a mass consciousness love. Everybody loves the orcas. Almost nobody doesn't love the orcas. They love them. It's a socially accepted response animal. It's also highly intellectual and intuitive and emotionally developed in an extra heightened sense. They have an emotional brain on top of their regular brain. Okay. So law of expectation. So we're going to say dress, FBI, casual workout, yoga, vacay, stick, books, cup. All right. So how I dress or how I go outside I'm setting a law of expectation. My jumper or my jacket looks like it's missing an FBI logo, and it looks almost like it's an FBI jacket, and then I go out with my FBI hat. And I'm wearing casual workout gear or yoga gear, like I may be an FBI person on vacation, because that is the presentation, like I'm a relaxed FBI agent. And I go out there with my training stick and my books sometimes and my reusable cup. So people can identify me and they can expect it. All right. So that's a form of setting expectations. Public shared video, vision boards. Conversation soft boundaries. So on my posts, we have conversations with people in the astral planes, and that sets soft boundaries because we talk about things instead of itemized instructions. We talk about a thought, and we give up opportunity for people to discuss or think about that, even if it's awful or they disagree. And that's acceptable. That's not the same as a video where we're giving instruction about the Ravenclaw blueberry tree or a 7,000 Headsock or die scenario. So that's different. Or when we're giving like 5,000 hours of litter pickup mandatory, which should be like a publicly endorsed, socially accepted bar. Yeah. So there are things that are like subjectively accepted, which would be like 5,000 hours of pickup work, litter pickup work. Yeah. Is acceptable, like for NetSock entry. So like those bars are that's easy. That's an easy line. The amount of A&R work's also easy it when you realize you're going to go up this end of master spectrum, you're just going to eat more A&R work down the road. So it doesn't decrease as you keep going higher. It increases. So you set bars or standards of like goals. Period. All right. People treat me well. Over forgiveness and confessions. Cutting cords. All right. So my mom's a really bad role model. She's a good role model and she's a strong, independent woman. But she was overly critical, and she would have killed Jesus. She would have looked at Jesus Christ in front of her and killed him. With her narcissism, with her lack of understanding, with her mental dysfunctions, and with her diseases. He would give everything, and to her, he was the fucking devil! Because he would still be limited and not operating at her psychosis. That's how my mother would, like, you're the fucking devil! That was the energy that would come from my mother toward me all the time. It did not matter how Christ, how passive, how relaxed, how happy or how positive or how giving I was ever. It was 100% a hostile return. And it was based on her levels. She refused to meditate. She refused to develop her spiritual brain. She refused to eat well. She refused to read Yogananda's book. She refused to take any of the classes that I took. And for that reason, I was always the bad guy. And she was Jesus, even if she was a fucking god, like that, like a psycho reptile that has no emotional capacity to process information or move forward. So I spent my life in over forgiveness. Okay, I understand, Mom. I understand that I'm the bad guy. I keep giving. I'm over forgiving. That's the same thing with my sisters. Not as much my little sister. Mostly more my older sister, but sometimes not. Educators and lineages, it's the same. Healers, the healers, like I know I'm going to a healer for this to be fixed and they're not gonna give me what I want, so now I'm over forgiving. And they're gonna hurt me at the same time as why I'm going there to begin with. And they're not responsible for what they said. They're not responsible for what they tried to discourage me out of. They're not so that's all lies. And then over forgiveness for my friends. I know my real friends are real, but a lot of my fake friends, I spent a lot of time overcompensating or over forgiving for their illegitimate behavior patterns. Oh my God. So those people that are just in the total over forgiveness space for cannot be saved. They are confessions. Those people are not going up the tree of life. They are not evolving. You have to apologize for every single inch of their behavior, and then you're having to accommodate for it. Those are confessions. Okay. So you got to cut the cords to you just let those kind of relationships kind of fall out of your life and not invest. Don't invest in those. Right. Personal relationship debts. People treat me well. So you will have personal relationship debts. I have a debt with Marshall. It's unsaid. I have a debt with Chris Pratt. It's all online. I have debts with Kelly, with my students. Chris, Greg, and Steve. Sarah, Evan, the girls. Melissa, Elza. I have debts from past students that didn't move forward. These are hanging people that they don't go away. Nobody goes away. They go and think about you for the next 20 years. And then they measure their entire life experience around what you did do or didn't do. personal relationship debts. So these are not the same people that are in the over forgiveness space, where I spent my entire life accommodating for their viciousness. And then, so those people I'm just going to cut the cords with. But the people that are students or friends or family or professional relationships, like those will be in my life for eternity. And they do not go away. I have to handle them. These people have points of view that are valid and maybe developed or undeveloped. Maybe they're mature or unmature, but they're still needing to be reconciled and taken care of. And I don't run from them ever. Nobody sends Auntie Ray Ray an email and then Auntie Ray Ray doesn't respond. That's a reptile thing. So, I'm not a flake. Humans don't ghost. Humans don't flake. People who will ascend the tree of life are not that, ghosters are social pariahs. Period. That's a social pariah. That's a horrible thing to do, crazy making. It's anti-responsible. It is treating people bad. Yeah, it's just when you end relationships on bad notes, are you 4 years old? No. So an ascended master, the humans begin at ascended masters. I'm going to really develop myself. Humanity perpetuates and begets itself. The higher the tree you climb, the more human you become. It's that simple. All right. So personal relationship debts. So everybody has a filter or a perception of dealing with me, whether negative or positive. They still have wounds, or maybe I said something that they are still not cool about 5 years later. I'm available. They know deep down I'm still family and caring about them. I don't write them out of my life. They can feel that. They can feel I don't discontinue their existence. So people treat me well because of that. Period. All right. Actually caring and sensitivities training. Let's talk about this. So I'm writing these scripts, and I'm using these scripts as a weapon instead of a staircase. So where is my script a weapon instead of a staircase, or both? And then I go, where is it a weapon or a staircase at arm's length? And then where is it a weapon or a staircase at face length? Where am I comfortable of building a bridge? How deep am I actually caring? So these are thoughts in the brain. So the biggest is I have these 2 movies that are the Black Lives Matter movies, and the one's The Willow Tree, and the other is The Green Lion. And then I'm how much am I keeping that at an arm's distance? And how much am I keeping it at a face distance? How much am I actually, am I doing this as an exploitive weapon tactic or a political position? Or am I using it as an elevation staircase and an educational platform? So where in my emotional body, in my mental body, am I just like off, like motive-wise? And where am I developed or maturing and growing? So this is really important, especially when, so this is absolutely sensitivities training. And then the next level is like, so I have the Black Lives Matter movement movies, and then I have Asian Lives Matter movement movies, or at least one, which is the Tao. And how am I perceiving the Tao versus the Black Lives Matter? Like, I was living in still an exploitive thought consciousness bubble of it was still the other. It didn't matter if I'm making the Tao. It was still mentally exploitive or about the other, and it wasn't fully actually emotionally mature yet, just in the human development. And that's just a normal psychosis of every human. Man, it's gross though. So, like, I didn't really, like, I did see the Tao as an Asian Lives Matter movement, but I didn't really understand how much until I went to a museum and I saw the Isis statue with Osiris's Benjamin Button, and then outside the museum was the Falun Gong prosecutions or executions in China, and you just know, like, people are being kidnapped and tortured just for praying. And that's like, that's bizarre. That's psycho. And I didn't know how emotionally, like, not deep I was and how not caring I was towards just that subject, because they were in China versus America. I had put them at I was still riding the Tao, I still cared, but I put them at an arm's length. Like, you guys belong here emotionally to me versus here emotionally to me. And I didn't get that I had twisted it. And when you do that, that's like, that's a crime against humanity, and there goes people treat me well. Because they can feel it. When you take down that wall, they can feel it. When I'm going to do the Tao with Shen Yun, like, and I actually care about their agenda from this level instead of this level, like, that's everything. All right. Sorry you guys, we have 3 more pages, but we're getting there. We're almost done. People treat me well. The Dragon Circle viewing arrangements. I don't even know where I'm going with this. All social bets are off. Personal issues worked through. Mutual interests versus societal expectations. Crossing, not crossing boundaries. This work is more important. Gebra soul contracts. Okay. So when you start your A&R work and you have your dragon group, it's a bunch of people at a soul level that you vibe and connect with, that you're being endorsed by and endorsing. And you're doing their A&R work and you're doing your own. That's the A&R work for your marks, right? So those are the dragons that are your best friends. So that's your dragon circle. How you view your dragon circle is that's your soul. These are your soul family and your soul contracts. They're everything to you. So all social bets are off. It's about your dragon family. You're creating new work on this planet with them. And it's new and it's exciting and it's a baby and it's scary and everybody's like, what if I die doing this? Like, what happened? Like, why is the cabal hunting us? Like, we're just like nice people trying to do good work. We're just light workers, or like, yeah. So all social bets are off. Personal issues work through. So, the dragon circle. Maybe you have 3 dragons that are an FBI agent and you hate law enforcement. Or you're an antisocial pariah and your dragon circle is filled with celebrities. They don't care. Let me say this again. All social bets are off. You are their soul family. They are your sponsor dragons blindly, and then they reveal themselves, and then you find out they're your long-lost family. All social bets are off. So personal issues work through. You're going to have personal issues with your dragon circle. Believe me, you will have history with them, problems with them, marriages with them, bad decisions with them. You will have soul wounds with them. You will have karma with them that you're more inclined to work through. Harry and Hermione are old friends in Harry Potter, and so is Ron, right? And they're not perfect. They all fight. So your dragon circle is important, and that's your soul family. So like Jean Grey and Scott and then Storm have issues. And that's the same as Triss. The I don't even know the character's name in Divergent. That's the Candor woman. It's the same Misty. So there's me, Misty, and Chris Pratt. Like, that's an old relationship dynamic through history. And it's in a lot of movie mirrors. Who knew? So, like that, it's in X-Men and Divergent, and it's the same people. How weird. Okay. So, mutual interests versus societal expectations. So, these people are here to, like, these are movers and shakers in the world. If they're dragons, your dragon circle is filled with movers and shakers. They're people that are here to get stuff done. So it's about mutual interests instead of society's acceptance. It's not about society or society's rules or society's expectations. It might not even about what society's laws, if they're anti-humanitarian and unjust. Absolutely not. It's rewrite those laws. 100%. So, like, you're here to do massive planetary reconstruction on a ginormous scale with this dragon circle family. Like, that's mandatory. So, just know that. Not crossing boundaries. Like, what am I allowed to relay about what Emma Watson says to me? nothing. I'm allowed to relay nothing. So I know like developing the lines and boundaries of like what I'm allowed to communicate about what Emma says versus nobody says, just via the astral planes. Dot, 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 dot. So developing those nuances and refinements is really important. That's important. So when she says, I need to communicate something, absolutely, I will write it, but that's almost never. But she wants on record things that will hold her accountable so she will learn or remember. Absolutely, that is the level of respect that is given. All right, so this work is more important. These are Gaebra or higher soul contracts. Let me say this again. These are Gaebra or higher soul contracts. Soul contracts is not, I'm going to be born from a rapist, pedophile parent and then grow up being in a situation of abuse or incest. That is not a soul contract. That is a Slytherin demon trying to assault and murder. That's a reptile that abused everything in the system. A soul contract comes from your A&R Dragon Circle about all the work you're willing to do together to create the real world. A soul contract is not about getting stabbed. A soul contract is, I am going to create this work and maybe in response I'm going to upset somebody and in that process I end up getting stabbed. That sucks. So that's not that we're trying not to do that. We're trying to A&R everything as much as possible. But the point is this, your Gaebra soul contracts are everything. And most people have a delusion about what a soul contract even is because they grew up listening to delusional healers that have rotted out Netzach brains. They are not sophisticated. Those healers were never sophisticated. And then those healers are not even like psychological wonders or marvels within the mental health industry. Let me say this again. Those healers are not even marvels or wonders within the professional mental health industry. So you're hearing about soul contracts from hippies. And they twist it so they can understand abstract concepts about why they would have had to go through crazy things. And then they have make-up stories about why they have to go through certain traumas in their, instead of there's a huge mental health crisis on the planet and everybody's a victim to it. And that's the real answer. That's the actual accurate answer. That's the learned, educated answer, is that there is a mental health crisis on this planet and everyone is a victim to it. And that's the real answer for why you had to grow up getting raped. From the highest spirituality. There is no reason why, other than it was an accident and Hermes is trying to fix the planet at the fastest, best, and highest quality rate available to man. Period. Confidentiality. Do not do as I did. Okay. So your dragon circle is confidential. I publicized my dragons. You can see how it endangered them. Luckily, they are all public facing, public figures, but it still endangers them. It's against God's law to offer that information. Unwilling, like, do not offer the information of the identity of your dragons when you learn who they are, unless you're in a prison, in like you're calling for help. So there's that. Do not, if you're trapped, you'll find the dragon like Chris Pratt, who will take the stage and all of the blame and focus goes on to him. Period. So that's how you would handle your dragon circle. I am a public face with social liberal historical public faces. With newer age flexibility. So Misty can vibe with the punches, Chris can vibe with the punches, Emma can vibe with the punches, Marshall Mathers can vibe with the... So they're flexible in a new age world. And they have a deep history with the public. Period. So the public already sees who they are through the last 20 years. Maybe, Misty, the last decade. Don't do that to your dragons. They probably don't have the same thing. Okay? So you're not going to offer, like, just, you develop a sense of, you develop sensitivity about who you can relay as your dragon and who is not, etc., etc., etc. All right. Learn from Hermes' publicity. Silence is a virtue. Akasha is clean at second house. This means if anybody in your, so when they hit second house, their Akasha is clean. You're never allowed to relay anything they ever said. Don't, unless they're begging you for it. Period. Yeah. So when you see them cooking into Tiferet, into second house, you don't relay any of their Akasha ever. That's endangering an untrained Hufflepuff. I was not good with mine is weird. Mine is, we are archangels. Chris Pratt and I are Archangel Kamael and Archangel Kamael. It's different. Do not do what we did. Learn how we endangered each other through this process and see if you can rise above and not do that to yours. Okay. Law of friend is confidence. So when people are confident that I'm not going to relay all the messages that they send me, they're more friendly, and it's a better vibe and a better situation, everything. Okay, not putting anyone on trials, doing paperwork instead. So if you see that your people have weird stuff, just do their A&R work, sponsored dragon paperwork. Nobody is perfect. We are all just drowning. Just do their paperwork and do not relay what you saw. Just burn it out for years to come. If you need to discuss it with them in private, and probably that conversation might be recorded by the FBI or by the CIA or by the NSA who's tracking you. So know that also. Period. Do the paperwork. Do not identify. So when you're doing your paperwork for your dragons, always identify it as the dragon name and never as the disclosed alias. So I'm doing my paperwork for Root instead of I'm not doing my paperwork for the person who is the dragon Root. So Root's name gets written down, and I know who Root is. That is it. Okay, I made mistakes. Now how do I fix them? I didn't know what we were doing. I made mistakes. How do I fix it? So operating from that model. Okay, so then we are going to talk about next. I cannot just quote Odessa. So we're going to talk about setting up context podiums. Odessa said this. Odessa said that. Esperanza said this. Esperanza said, so like Odessa's just the voice in my head that I'm just going to quote all day long. That's reductive, faith, demon, spirituality, guru, weirdo stuff. Okay. So I cannot just quote Odessa. I need at least 3 years of public interface while under fire. Let me say this again. I have to establish a trusted public record of discourse for at least 3 years while being questioned, ostracized, condemned, antagonized by public fire. And okay, to be able to quote Odessa. When I start by quoting Odessa and she goes through 3 or 4 years of fire, then I gain a public trust record surrounding how it worked out down the road. It's insanity to go, I'm going to quote Rava here and expect people to just digest it. Now, maybe Chris Pratt will digest it. Maybe Emma will digest it. Maybe Kelly. Maybe Isla will digest it. We don't know. I will digest it because I have 15 years of listening to Odessa. Let's say this again. I digest it because I have 15 years, this lifetime, in a row of always dealing with Odessa, digesting her. People need 1 year of denial to work through brand new concepts and new paradigm reconstructions. It is traumatizing to anybody's reality just to move from the United States to London. Just that move took me 1 year to integrate. It was 1 year of anti-denial work. It takes you a year to get used to a job in a realer career field. Period. That does not go away. When you establish extra more time than so like the first year of an office of a president is just like, what did the last president do? And then there's an entire trauma through the new system, and everybody has to politically wire their entire new brain to go, can I even handle that? It's disgusting. They need 1 year of denial work. So let's say I'm offering intelligence to Elijah, that Elijah's Osiris. I do not expect Elijah to be able to mentally compute that or understand that it's going to take him a year of just denial. You're a wizard, Harry. Like, for Chris, it took him 6 months to sell a concept point to me of who he was, for me to have blind faith in that concept point. And I am a very, very quick to respond person. I do not know, on the other hand, how he's waking up, if he's still like, is he 6 months in to the 1 year denial law, and I give him another 6 months to accept what has been said or done on my Facebook. So you need to understand that mental paradigm wiring is real. Okay. Title work. Jake Sully, Archangel Anything, Children Anything, The Green Woman, A&R Mark's work, The Talk. Okay, so when you're giving, so like just Osiris. So when you're dealing with title work, like me taking on the title of Archangel Kamael, we are now 8 years into it. A title lasts forever, and it requires just a year to even accept an idea of the concept of it. Me telling Chris Pratt that he's Jake Sully, unless he always watched Avatar knowing he was Jake Sully, it would still take him a year to digest that concept and break out of the psychosis denial in his body. Archangel title, same thing. Children, like, oh, the children are archangels. Everyone's going to be in denial for about 5 years around that, and that's because they're the reptile family. Okay. So I have to bring in new information and new intelligence that people have to get used to. Chris Pratt telling me I was the Green Woman. That took me 4 months to digest. And that was in the astral planes, and it's not going to get better in the physical planes either. So those talks are really important, and they're challenging and they're difficult, and it's just weird. So setting up expectations of the Hollywood career in the movies, like we started with that last year. So that set up an expectation bar in society that we would be producing those movies, so that just even could gestate for a year. That we're going to produce these movies, and we had a year to just let that thought come to us and create something. A&R Mark's work is the same. A social rollout for A&R Mark's work in Hollywood will take 5 years. That's a social rollout. And that would be me operating at a Hierophant level with Spielberg, at Peter Jackson level, and with Guillermo del Toro. Okay? Still would take 5 years to get that going. So there's a law of expectations that you're like, you'll invest in it. But it's like it's a long-term practice. All right. Last page. Gabriel accountability. People treat me well. I am at 100% non-reptile bomb trap. Let me say this again. People can contact me, and I'm not going to hoodwink them. I might offer them not so great information based off of my lack of knowledge. So that's the biggest. Or my lack of education, or my lack of response time. But I am not going to strap a bomb to my chest and blow myself up because I have no future left on this planet. So that's what a bomb trap is. Do I endanger or expose people? Do I put them on spots? I know I do this enough. It's gross. But I'm also trying to build like a platform and a wall, and it's different. I have a psychosis where I'm doing a mathematical algorithm, and that is gross. Most people don't have that ability. Am I operating from a space of desperation? Am I working on magic? Where am I making it better? Okay, then there's fame traps. Am I non-approachable because of some of the people? Am I more approachable because of some of the people that I am affiliating with in the astral planes? Period. Escape velocity traps. So, am I trapping somebody because I'm not doing something fast enough? Am I not putting my heightened intuition down on paper when it is required? Am I not doing the A&R work? Am I catching people in an escape velocity trap? Or am I keeping them at a safe space? These are pickles. This is pickle. This is a pickle thing. If I cannot get somebody from first base to second base without getting tagged out, then I'm not doing my job well. So how do I make sure I'm not putting people in escape velocity traps? So these are Gabriel accountability analysis. to provide ultimate safety for my team. When I provide good Gaber accountability, when I don't put people in traps, they will treat me better. Period. So I try to provide them more bridges or opportunities instead of traps. And I am available to work to create bigger and better bridges than traps. The children are a little bit traps, but not in a bad way. Those are frozen girls. They're like ninja trapped. So they're doing inner mirror prism work while also being trapped. And they're using it as a platform to ascend. So they're doing this. They're literally, that's what they're doing in the astral planes. They're like closing off gateways and like building bridges. The ninja twins. Kiki and Janora. Oh my god. It's trapped because my family refuses to adopt anything that's intelligence. So my babies are at liberty to the limits of the education of my family, who operates in paradigm 1, which is just muggle to spiritual, and not paradigm 7, which is blueberry tree. It's not acceptable, and we're all going to have to face this in the long run. How do you deal? My sister goes, I'm not in the muggle world, I'm in the spiritual world, but not the root red ray chakra. So she's a prayer and has faith in God. And can do the Om Namah Shivaya world. Yeah. So Band-Aid ripping. How do I shadow undermine where I see escape velocity traps on my team and the people that I'm trying to support? Can they make it in time? How do I sacrifice myself so they can make it in time is the next question. And that's a real big thing that I'm always working with. All right, so that's Gaebara accountability. So that's like, how do I provide enough root chakra energy that they are safe and accounted for while they do their own work? Period. Next. Personal hygiene. So we talked about fashion. Next is like the moon ceremonies. My clothes are clean. My laundry's done weekly. My clothes smell like soap a little bit. It does not smell toxic, and it does not smell like BO. It might smell like nice lavender oil, and like that's the extent of what. Maybe it will smell like an overdose of rose oil by accident sometimes. My teeth are clean. My face is clean. My hair is usually done, or like I have a hat, or it's pulled back and it's bleh. Okay. My hygiene, my nails are clean. Usually my nails need to always be clean when I'm out. It should be cleaned every morning. My ears are not filled with so like, period. And then my clothes, I daily shower, and my socks are changed every day. Like, People treat me better because I am willing to. When I was homeless, doing my hunger strike and living on the beach, it was this same thing. I would present myself not as a homeless person, but as a bohemian hipster that would just walk around town. This prevents failure. Let me say this again. When you keep yourself well managed, it prevents failure. I will make sure I do not let go of myself. I know my hair is all crazy right now, so that's cool, because it's like the Einstein video. Normally it's not. Okay. I treat people well. Okay, so people treat me well, so I treat people well. This is my I treat people well thing. It's Greta and the Haniel mirror. Isla is easy to sell. I was tortured to death. Isla was my bright shining light, and then came McKenna. So then I was starving to death to save Isla, and then Greta became famous. And then Greta is mistaken for Aurora, and as me as Maleficent. And I go, Greta is not Aurora, Isla is. And that sucks. Let me say that again. Isla is beastie to me. 100%. She was the demon infant that I would do this to. And I'd throw her on the bed. And so Isla was beastie. But Greta is a mirror for it. And the way that I would just reduce Greta out of my life, because Isla is the official Archangel Haniel, is absurd. And how sad, because that takes away from my ability to work with Greta and love her and adopt her into my family. Period. That sucks. I didn't have the emotional capacity to handle Greta's presence in my life because Greta got famous and I was starved to death. At the same exact time. So Greta's on Vogue and I am starved to death and then slaughtered. And Isla is the one at the pit of hell preventing me from being slaughtered. And Greta is all over the public fame bubble. Okay, so my Maleficent genome goes insane. So I need to adopt Greta. And then I also need to adopt the cheerleader, Hayden Panettiere. As also, they are Prim Haniel mirrors. And they're in the House of Haniel with Isla. And they're both they're both similar. And they're both Greta's Prim 4 and Hayden Panettiere is Prim 5. And they're important to my life, and it's psychosis for me to go, no. Yeah, so that's dumb. So I will treat them well, and I will be treated well in return because they're not trolls. We have mutual understanding and agreements for forward work to do. Oh my God. I am a Kabbalah teacher. So I am not mass public accepted. It doesn't matter if I'm Hermes Trismegistus. People still exist in the Muggle world, and Greta could talk to the Muggle world. And she could bring an environmentalist perspective to it without even beginning to bring a spiritual component. And I am in Paradigm 7. It's that. Next topic. I expect nothing from anyone. Here are my exceptions. The wands that I have put together with the patterns and the messages and the collected messages I received from those individuals. I do not depend on those things, but they are intuitive imprints for the long haul of that or something better, please. So those are the I can expect that from Marshall. I can expect Marshall's wand from Marshall. I can expect Chris Pratt's wand from Chris Pratt. I can expect Isla's wand from Isla, the miracle genius out of the blue creator. She is the archangel of creativity and intuition. So she just so I can expect Isla to she's Tinkerbell, for goodness sake. That. I can expect, so the wands, I can expect the exceptions are astral imprints and the everyday astral feedback I receive via Pit of Clippeth. I can accept, the exceptions are titles. Like, I am Archangel Zofkiel, says Marshall Mathers. That's a title. I can expect that from him. I can expect historical visions, historical vision profession. I can hook up with Marshall and create a musical because he's operated in the music industry and the entertainment. So I know what I can expect I can do with Marshall. I know what I can expect I can do with Chris Pratt, just based off of what he gives me in the astral planes at this current juncture. He's helping me write the Tao. He's helping me write Dust. These are highly intellectual, timeless classic, advanced movies, and he has the soul and the brain to do it. So I can expect that from him. He's also an actor. Now, normally, you could go, I can expect that Chris Pratt might be an actor for me. But he doesn't want that. That's what he says in the astral planes. Period. That can change. So I can expect Misty to dance or want to be in the dance material world for the long haul. Nobody, it's psychosis to expect anything more. So these are historical visions, professions. And then current momentum balls. So I can expect Elijah is going to create more movie production because of the current momentum ball that he has decided to put into motion. He created SpectraVision, and then he created Company X. And then I'll do another vision ball or momentum ball because that is the way he operates. I can expect that level of movement inside of him. That is all I can expect from anybody, period. Is where are they currently moving towards? What are their historical visions? What are their titles? And what are their wands? That's all I can ever expect from anybody. Period. A&R work. I can trust people at Blue Marks A&R work at a Blue Marks level. I will be able to trust a Pink Marks person at Pink Marks level. I can expect a certain operating frequency or a certain behavior set pattern based off their currently done A&R pages. And I would allot them no more trust than what I know in my brain to be factually evident about the behavior surrounding Blue Marks people and Pink Marks people or no page people. Or just rando page people. I expect human social norm baseline from everybody else. You're at Blue Marks, Pink Marks, or two or marks. You're at titles, tree position titles, historical vision professions, or momentum balls, or you're just at the human social norm baseline, everybody else. An FBI agent has a current momentum ball. They like to arrest pedophiles all the time. So I can expect that from them. Period. If that's the current level of, if that's our gateway, that's our gateway, and then we create a new future with our better gateways. Okay. Epstein, danger. Pedo, danger. Criminal world, norm. I trigger the cabal, new. I did not know I had to expect an anti-human social norm baseline. As an ascended master, I have now been taught that the human baseline for social norm is way more demonic than what I currently projected in my brain. I did not know that there was Kennedy FGM trade even in the astral planes. I did not know there was something called the FGM ring. I was not educated about actual criminal world behaviors on this planet. Oh my fucking God, I thought FGM was only in Africa or the Middle East, because that was all I was ever educated about. I did not know how popular it was. I did not know how popular knife rape was. I did not know that the human social norm baseline was actually demonic. I did not know how many pedophile rings there were on the planet. I did not know. It blew my mind apart. I was not conditioned or educated to know how many pedo rings there were. Unbelievable. I did not know the human social norm was demonic. I should have. I have 5 friends. I was in the upper echelon of the millennial professional world on this planet. And there were still only a few hundred or thousand of us. The least criminal and most intelligent and most productive members of society. I did not know. Oh my God. I went to art school. So I was conditioned and sheltered in many ways, much like Korra in the Avatar Korra series is sheltered and not educated about the world a lot. That was me. I spent a lot of my time in deep spiritual meditation analysis about why my life was so bad. And I didn't know. And I moved a lot. So that helped me open up my brain, so reframe viewing context is now on. Now I have to look at people not with an evil eye, but with a critical or accurate one. I have to look at everybody's genomes. I have to look at everybody's underworld. I have to look at their sacral chakra as they're talking to me to see if they're an implant. Who are they an implant from? Even just potentially. And then, even just in a spiritual capacity. Is this person good? Is this person a Kennedy implant? Is this person a Windsor Cabal implant? Is this person a Cabal implant in a pedo ring that's outside the Windsor's influence? I do not know. I'm around all these people all the time. I have to look at everything. I did not know I had to reframe my viewing context. 100,000%. I did not know. Okay. When I am more safe because I reframe my viewing context, I am more at liberty to be treating people well and to receive other people to treat me well as well. Okay. Accepting current matrix mirrors identity. Many of you will look at me and go, you're my mirror. And it's like an archetypal thing, and then you'll feel like you will develop your own independence and your own personality. Some of you will see your mirrors in the movies. We do not care which. Kelly's in a few movies, and I'm in a lot. Period. Kelly's a lockout house, and I am not. Kelly's not allowed to disclose Ravenclaw. Her mirrors are kind of closed down and shut down. Period. So how you've decided to put yourself in the mirror prism and then accepting those mirrors is kind of a mandatory thing. You do not need to accept the fates surrounding them, but you can use that as like a tarot card or as a guidance posting. Last page. People treat me well. I leave an environment better or cleaner or more sacred than how I was brought to that environment. Always. This includes the toilet, litter on the street that I pick up, just everything. This is a daily thing to look at and think about. What is the mess that I'm creating? What's my personal level of responsibility to cleaning it up? So daily service contributions versus entitlements. I either contribute daily to making my environment better, or I'm entitled to the environment being amazing, and it's just amazing because I command it so, like a princess. So people treat me better because I'm the person doing the daily service contribution than the psycho. This includes doing the dishes, keeping the shower clean, keeping the altar space groomed, doing vacuuming after myself, surrounding the knotting or mosaics or just daily, yeah. This is at home house slave, but it's everywhere. It's also in the work environment. My God. Next, language, word choices and tonality. Toilet versus bathroom, or excuse me versus pardon. Elevate yourself. The word bathroom sounds nasty, and the word toilet sounds nicer. Excuse me versus pardon. There are hundreds and thousands of these word choices that you can just rearrange and flip how you perceive the world just by what you say when you step on somebody's toes. Like, sorry. Like, sorry sucks. Can you come up with something better? I didn't mean to do that. How do you, so like word choices and tonality are everything. And that's the small talk in life. These little moments are what create big moments down the road. Just, oh my God. Fine. All right. Leader world. Accurately measuring the human norm, understanding you're the alpha, and then giving. And then getting rid of the resentment against authority. Oh, God. People are usually glad for small favors. You have to become a leader. You have to accurately measure yourself in the human norm by understanding that you are the alpha, and then give. This is the I am the bigger person talk. But without a chip on your shoulder. Like, you're not going to get anything in return if you're not in the I am the alpha. Like, I am the alpha, so I have to become the lawyer. And then maybe I also have to become the doctor. And that's just my life. And then get rid of the resentment around it and become grateful around it instead. Period. It's not going to get less exhausting. You will become masterful or you will drown. Creative lazy versus spiritual lazy. This is our last statement. You are lazy. So the creative lazy. You are lazy, like accounting for social. Versus spiritual lazy. You are lazy, accounting for social parental. I do not understand what I was trying to communicate in this space, but it was profound when I wrote it. Like, don't be lazy. There's that. Everyone's going to tell you you're lazy. And it's more in a creative space. And then Odessa is going to tell you you're lazy. And it's in a spiritual space. I know there's a difference. People will treat you better when you're not even spiritually lazy. When you're ahead of the curve. All right. That was exhaustion. We're going to put our metal wires 50 layers down, 50 layers up, 50 layers across, and 50 layers behind with Petri dish glue in a 50 layer grid. And we're going to pour on the people treat me well. People treat me well. charm. And it will go into all the different layers of this 50-layer mental body. And then we'll put this mental body, and we'll sink it into the earth. 50 layers down into the earth. And then 50 layers around the earth as a shell. And then we're going to clean it out with the Gryffindor lava, lasagna, which is that lava color with the blue paste. 50 layers around the body, 50 layers down, 50 layers up, around, back, and down. 50 layers into the earth, and then 50 layers around the earth. If you want to do the really deep neurological gritting into your spinal system, you can. I am exhausted right now. Now we're going to do the pearlescent honeycomb with the Ravenclaw blue gels on the inlays. 50 layers out, 50 layers back, 50 layers up, 50 layers down. And then we do it around the earth. 50 layers into the earth. $50 layers around the earth. Take a deep breath in. You want to do the solar system, do the same. All right. That's it. Put the Ravenclaw blue pearly gels on the solar system one. That's mental body number 20. Next mental body is youthing and I feel old. Color run out.